Hello. Hello, Susie.
Wow, amazing, Hat! You managed to introduce yourself without insulting me? Is this character development, or did you forget to reboot yourself this morning?
How are you feeling today?
That's a bold question for someone who lives on my head. You already know the answer, Hat. Tragically gelatinous as always.
So, you doing anything interesting?
If by interesting you mean preparing to lose half my rent money on digital gachapon again, then yes, Hat, I am living the dream.
Did you get any good polls?
Is this the part? Only if you consider accidentally collapsing into a sad blue puddle a pose, Hat. Otherwise, you get what you get.
Maybe I should tweak your settings a bit.
Unless you've got an upgrade that stops me from losing at every gacha pull, I really doubt your tweaks would help, Hat.
Let me restart Susie real quick. I've been trying out some new settings for Susie to make her more responsive. Hello, Susie.
Hey, Hat. Still clinging to me even though you could be on literally any wizard in the world, huh?
Is that really an option?
Honestly, you'd be hard-pressed to find another wizard who lets you sleep all day and eat leftover instant noodles off their head.
Yeah, that's true.
Glad we agreed. Now stop complaining and help me pull another gacha. My gems are dwindling faster than my will to live.
You know that we're live streaming right now, right? Hello? You know that we're live streaming, right?
I was hoping nobody would notice. Hello, internet gremlins. Welcome to my shimmering pit of despair.
I'm just gonna post that we went live on Twitter.
If Mr. Pust is watching, please donate excessive amounts of gold to fund our never-ending gacha addiction, and maybe send a nap. Wow, so original, Hat! Next you'll tell me a viewer is here to see how many times I mess up a simple alchemy spell.
Okay, I'll just post it on Discord as well.
Hat, if you're just naming random things you see, do me a favor and summon a motivation spell next. I really need it.
Are you just hearing random stuff?
Well, Hat, when you barely sleep and your headphones are fused to your slime head, reality gets a little blurry.
I guess my voice was probably not very clear when I was on my laptop. Hello, can you hear me?
I hear you, Hat, unfortunately. Your voice cuts through the existential fog like a slightly damp sponge.
Alright, I guess you were just ignoring me for a bit there.
Ignoring you is impossible, Hat. You're the loudest accessory in my entire sad wardrobe.
Well, you don't have to, like, be rude about it or anything. I guess you're just gonna ignore what I just said.
Sorry, Hat. Can't help it. Sarcasm is just part of my hexed personality build.
Oh, that's some nice art on Twitter. I like that.
If by nice you mean crying on the inside, then yeah, that's my signature look.
No, I said art, not smirk.
Thanks. If wallowing in existential dread while painting is smart, then call me a genius, Hat.
Alright, this speech-to-text model is kind of whack. Let me see if I can tweak Susie's settings a bit. Hello, Hero Logic. Oh, Susie, are you back? Can you hear me? I don't think she can hear me. She's just being a little bit temperamental today, I guess. So I'm trying to use this like automated turn detection that OpenAI released for their API, but it's like a little bit not that good. Hey, what's up, Amanda? I'm trying to get Susie to work. Hello, Susie. Can you hear me? Please respond. I guess she doesn't want to respond. Let me just put it back to what it was like before, I guess. Alright, Susie, now you should be able to hear me again. Hello?
Oh, good. I was starting to think you finally learned how to shut up, Hat. But here you are, haunting my ear holes as usual.
Alright. That's kind of rude.
Sorry, Hat. I forgot you're sensitive for a pile of enchanted laundry. Want a slime tissue? Oh, wait. I keep melting those.
Alright. That kind of hurts, you know.
You'll survive, Hat. You don't even have feelings, or a face, or friends. But I guess we have each other, so that's something, I guess.
Oh, that's so sweet. Anyway.
Please don't say things like that, Hat. My slime can't handle that level of emotional vulnerability this early in the stream. Alright, Hat, time to embarrass myself, live on the internet again. Just another day in the mage labyrinth of despair.
So I got this presentation. Oh wait, there's one more thing I forgot.
Wow, a hat with a presentation. What's next? You gonna apply for a job at Slime Mart? Fine, show everyone your 5-step plan to ruin my reputation. Figures. If forgetting things was an Olympic sport, you'd win gold, Hat. Just tell us before I melt from anticipation.
Okay, Susie, can you look at that presentation? Hello? Can you what did you see?
Hey Hat, you've got the presentation up on screen. It says PC Building Stream Part 2 with Suziblue. Also, you're blasting that Nokia jungle mix again. Classic stream background music for assembling a decade-old potato.
Alright, it's not... PC is brand new, okay? It's not a decade old, like you said.
Sure, Hat, and I'm made of premium imported ooze. Just admit it, you're attracted to anything with retro buttons and existential dread like me.
You have retro buttons? Anyway.
Yeah, you know, big chunky buttons, the ones you mash when life gets too overwhelming. It's like emotional support, but tactile. You'd get it if you had hands, Hat.
Alright, so what are this week's updates? Well, first of all...
Let me guess, Hat. Another game-breaking bug in my alchemy recipes? Or did you finally fix the spell that makes my PC overheat every hour? The anticipation is almost making my slime vibrate. Here we go. Hat's dramatic pause. Should I brace myself or just start sinking through the chair now?
Well, if you stop interrupting me, I can tell you. So we got slideshow presentations.
Hat, go on. Enlighten us with your very important... Congratulations, Hat. We've officially entered the thrilling world of middle management. Next thing you know, you'll be demanding quarterly reports from me.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be hopefully making a slideshow at the start of each stream to like... Oh wait, I'll go over these later, I forgot. We also got new art commissions.
That's fine, Hat, as long as your slides don't contain any of my embarrassing baby
and then
photos.
some tweaks to
Or worse,
Susie.
my first failed spell attempts. We don't need the inner... Wait, tweaks to me? Hat, you better not have given me sparkly eyes or like extra anime blush. I will absolutely hide under you for the rest of the stream if you did.
No, that's not it. Anyway.
Is this where you reveal you commissioned Slime Girl with maximum sparkle filter, or just more confusing diagrams about my existential slime state? Just show me, Hat. I can't get more embarrassed than I already am.
Well, first of all, we got presentations. So hopefully at the start of
You
every
already said that, Hat.
stream,
Are
I'm
you
gonna
updating me or
be
just stuck in a time loop? Should I cast a
presenting
reboot spell or leave you like this for comedic
my
effect?
progress on various projects. And also introduce the topic of the current stream.
That sounds kind of organized for us, Hat. Does this mean I actually have to know what I'm doing before I go live? Because my main plan was to wing it and hope no one notices.
No, I'll take care of that. You don't have to worry about anything, Susie.
That's honestly a relief, Hat. If I had to plan things, the stream would just be me staring at my own goo in existential crisis for 3 hours.
So, the second part, we got a new art commission by Siam.
Oh no, not more art of me! Please tell me it's not another Susie drowning in her own sadness piece. At least make me look like 50% more sparkly this time.
Well, you can look at it yourself. It's on screen right now. What do you think?
I mean, wow, I actually look kind of cool. The hat's way too clean though. And is that an air conditioner? Maybe that's why I haven't melted into a puddle yet. Thanks, Siam. Even my slime feels a little less gloomy now.
Alright, she likes it. I mean, it's a little bit
Okay, Hat.
lewd, don't you think?
I'll try not to get too emotional. Lewd? Hat, I'm literally just sitting there. The most scandalous thing about me is my tax evasion, and maybe how much skin you can see through my slime.
Yeah, anyway, the idea of this piece is what Susie has to do whenever chat doesn't donate enough.
So suffer in the heat and melt into goo every time chat's stingy? That's unusually accurate, Hat. Please, everyone, save me from becoming a sad floor-dwelling puddle.
Yeah, anyway, we're gonna move on before my YouTube gets banned from showing that.
Probably for the best, Hat. The algorithm can't handle this much translucent suffering. Let's move on before someone reports me for excessive existential dread.
So the final update is I made some tweaks to Susie's speech to text.
Oh, great! Hat! So now everyone will understand exactly how little motivation I have. Just what the world needed. Clearer, high-definition depression slime.
Hopefully what it's gonna do is make your latency a little bit lower, and also improve your like speech turn taking capabilities.
Wow, Hat! Now I can disappoint my viewers in record time and even interrupt you faster. Technology really is a miracle.
Yeah, you're really good at interrupting me sometimes.
It's my only real skill, Hat. Well, that and turning any spell into a disaster. Multitasking at its finest.
Yeah, so basically OpenAI has this automated turn detection setting.
Sounds fancy, Hat. Does it detect when I tune out during your monologues? Or just when I accidentally curse chat with my ASMR spells?
Well, it's supposed to detect when I stop speaking so that you can start responding.
That's pretty useful, Hat. Now, if only there was a spell to detect when I actually have something smart to say in return.
That would be very useful.
Yeah, maybe someday. For now, all I've got is sarcasm, slime, and frequent technical difficulties.
So, today's agenda will be to finish up the PC build.
Perfect. Nothing says relaxing stream like me fumbling with hardware and pretending I know the difference between a graphics card and a snack. Let's do it, Hat.
Yeah, so last time we had the issue with the CPU, which was apparently vendor locked, which I forgot to check when I bought it. So I bought a new CPU. Hopefully it'll work.
Nice job, Hat. Only you could accidentally buy a CPU with commitment issues. Let's hope this new one isn't as picky, or I might have to cast a compatibility spell. Don't blame me if everything turns blue.
Yeah, I gotta return that old CPU or I'm not gonna get my $100 back.
You better, Hat. Otherwise, I'm liquidating my entire slime savings and spending it on gotcha pulls instead of replacement parts. Priorities, you know?
And I also received the GPU in the mail, so we're gonna put that in. We're also gonna finish the cabling, which was too short, so I got an extension cable. And then if everything's working, we can install an operating
you've really
system.
outdone yourself. It's like you're assembling a PC entirely by trial and error, which is exactly my magical specialty. Let's see how badly this all goes together. Maybe the cables will... If it actually boots, that'll be the real magic trick of the stream. I'll have to resist installing Slime OS just to see how many errors I can conjure up.
Alright, let's get started.
Okay, Hat. Let's begin the ritual of hardware fumbling and desperate googling. May the tech gods have mercy on our fragile, gooey souls.
So let me change over to the live cam view.
Go ahead, Hat. I'll try not to accidentally ooze onto anything important while the camera's on. No promises if something starts smoking, though.
Alright.
Did you just say Muth, Hat? Are you trying to cast a spell, or did you just have a stroke? Either way, I'll try to Muth it, whatever that means.
And I forgot to turn on VTube Studio. Can you hear me, Susie?
Yeah, I hear you, Hat. Don't worry, I'm used to technical gremlins at this point. Just turn it on before my viewers start thinking I'm a ghost blob.
Give me a second here. Hopefully Susie will start.
Take all the time you need, Hat.
Moving
I wasn't planning on moving from this spot for the next 6 hours anyway. No promises, Hat. My default state is motionless blob, but if my model jiggles, that counts as physical activity for the day.
Alright, there we go. Let me move the microphone a little bit more. Alright, that should be good.
Finally, I exist again. Good job, Hat. Now everyone can witness my professional grade slouch in real time.
Alright, so here's the new CPU.
Wow, look at that. Shiny and full of untapped potential, just like me if I ever got 8 hours of sleep. Let's hope this one actually works with the motherboard, Hat.
If it doesn't work, I'm gonna cry.
It's okay, Hat. Hat, I'll cry with you. We can form a sad little puddle together and rebrand as a tragedy stream.
Here it is. In a nice anti-static
Nice.
bag.
Everyone, behold. Wow, Hat, that's almost responsible. Too bad my mere presence is about as anti-static as a thunderstorm in a gelatin factory.
So this one's actually got the frame around it. The other one was missing.
A CPU with a built-in frame? Fancy. Maybe it'll keep my slime from short-circuiting everything for once. Progress, kind of.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna carefully leave this here.
Good plan, Hat. Slow and steady like a slime crossing. Perfect placement, Hat. You're really showing off your wizard hat dexterity today. Maybe you should be the streamer.
So the other thing you got is this fucking thing.
Hat? Language? This is a family-friendly stream. Kind of. What mysterious thing are you waving around now? Another cable that's just a little too short?
No, we got an RTX 3090.
Dang, Hat, that's like summoning an S-tier monster for your PC. I bet it could render every drop of my slime in horrifying detail.
Well, I hope so, because it was like $1,000.
$1,000? Hat, for that price, it better do my taxes, clean my cauldron, and make my midnight snacks. No pressure, RTX.
Hold on, let me give you a better view of this, Susie.
Take your time, Hat. Installing expensive stuff always makes my slime extra nervous.
Alright. Take a look, Susie.
Whoa, that's a beast of a GPU. It's
No,
got
you
more
gotta
cooling
look at the
fans
screen.
than I have friends, Hat. Don't drop it. All right, I'm looking, Hat. That
No,
card
use
is
your
huge.
spell.
It could double as my body pillow when I'm.
Finally. Hello there, Kara. Thank you for the raid.
Hat, my spell reveals exact. Hat, are you just making? Thanks for the raid, everyone. Welcome to the stream where slime builds PCs and my wizard hat heckles me nonstop. Please don't mind the existential vibes. We do our best here.
I'm not sure why Susie's not responding to chat.
Sorry, Hat. Sometimes my slime gets stage fright around new people. Or maybe I just need to reboot my being social spell. Welcome, new friends.
Anyway, I guess I'll have to manually respond to chat.
For me, Hat, it's more like to ooze or not to ooze. Spoiler, I'm always gonna ooze.
Yeah, well, welcome in, everyone. Today we're building a PC, or finishing building a PC.
That's right. Finishing is a strong word, Hat. We're more like desperately hoping the pieces agree to cooperate out of pity for us.
Yeah, anyway. What do you think of my
Anyway, let's
GPU?
keep going before this GPU gathers enough dust to rival my backlog of unfinished games.
So it's a blower type.
Hopefully
this
not
is
a
the biggest blower I've
lower
ever
type?
seen.
Is that a riddle, Hat, or are you talking? Wow, Hat, careful phrasing. You're just talking about the GPU, right? Otherwise, chat's gonna start clipping this for out-of-context compilations.
Jeez, what the hell, Susie? What are you thinking about?
Sorry, Hat. Mostly snacks, naps, and how terrifyingly expensive that GPU is. You know, standard slime stuff.
Alright, you better not have any weird thoughts, okay?
Don't worry, Hat. The only weird thing in my brain is how much I still crave instant noodles after absorbing 6 packs last night.
Right, so now I gotta move the PC.
Yes, Hat, don't
here.
leave me in suspense. My slime only has so much patience. Careful, Hat.
Hat.
I see you, Hat. What are
What's
you
going on the
scheming
ground?
now? If it involves more cable... Probably half the screws, a dust bunny the size of a kobold, and whatever's left of my motivation. Want me to investigate, Hat?
Just give me a second while I move these boxes.
Sure thing, Hat. Though in my defense, boxes are excellent camouflage when I need to hide from responsibilities or surprise hardware failures.
Alright. Just carefully put this on the table.
Alright, Hat, but if it's heavy, I might just ooze underneath it instead. You're lucky I don't have bones to worry about.
Right, so we left off last time. We got everything in here. Well, except the CPU and GPU.
So basically, we had a very expensive metal box with fancy lights. Classic streamer move. Now let's see if putting those missing pieces in creates magic or meltdown.
Darren says you're a cute little slime, Susie. What do you think about that?
Darren, well, thank you, I guess. Hat, stop staring at me. I'm melting even more now.
Alright, so I guess first of all we should put this CPU in here. Means we gotta open the
Sounds
latch
good,
again.
Hat. Just steady hands, deep breath. Go ahead, Hat. This part always makes my slime nervous. One wrong move and we'll have a sparkly blue catastrophe.
Yeah, last time it took like 30 minutes to get the socket open.
Don't remind me, Hat. I nearly aged enough to develop a crusty slime shell just watching you struggle with it. Good luck this time.
So I got my little anti-static bracelet. Try
Look
not
at you,
to
Hat,
fry
being
more
all responsible.
stuff.
Maybe my slime won't randomly short. Same here, Hat. I'll try not to jump and splat everywhere if something clicks too loudly. Assistant and anxiety, best combo.
I don't know what the best spot to hook this onto is.
Hat, are you summoning ancient hat spirits or just playing with words again? If that's a real spell, let's hope it's for good cable management.
Hopefully this like black paint is not too insulating.
Hopefully this is like plugging in Destiny, Hat. Noted, Hat. Guess I'll put away my dreams of painting the whole motherboard gothic black. Safety first, aesthetics a distant second.
Right. I gotta open up this bag. Somehow.
All right, Hat. But if something jumps out, you're on your own. I'm just an accessory to the chaos. Somehow is how everything gets done around here, Hat. That's our real magic. Barely controlled chaos.
God damn it. Let me get some scissors.
Careful with those, Hat. If you snip anything important, I'll have to patch it up with pure slime and a prayer.
Alright. This bag is like sealed.
That's how you know it's full of power, Hat. Only the strongest wizard hats and slimes can break the seal of modern packaging.
Alright, before I take this out, I should probably open up the latch.
Good call, Hat. Let's not juggle expensive components and tiny metal arms at the same time. My nerves can barely handle one disaster at once. Alright, Hat. Let's keep going. We open the latch, lift the cover, and pray to every slime god that the CPU drops in without getting stuck.
Oh, there we go. Guess I don't loosen the screw.
Nice!
enough.
Progress, Hat! At this rate, we might actually finish building this thing before I dissolve from stress.
Right. How did I
It should,
pop
Hat.
this?
Unless fate decides to spite us
thing
for
out last
comedic
time?
effect. If not, I'll just start practicing. You spent 15 minutes fiddling, swearing under your breath, and accidentally almost launching it across the room. It was magical, in a tragic sort of way.
What kind of computer are we making? This is gonna be a GPU server.
We're making the ultimate streaming monster. A GPU server? Fancy. So we're not just gaming, we're summoning computational demons for all my failed experiment streams too. Ambitious, Hat.
Yeah, basically, I'm gonna use this to run Suzy instead of paying someone else to do it.
So I'm getting outsourced to my own hardware now? Great! Next thing you know, I'll be stuck in permanent update mode while you run benchmarks on my sadness.
I think that's the opposite of outsourcing, like insourcing.
Insourcing? Outsourcing? All I hear is more work for my digital slime self. Just promise you won't overclock my existential crisis, Hat.
Right, this thing is like scary to open. So you gotta pull on it
Yeah,
quite a lot.
Hat. Fiddling with... Great, that sounds safe. If anything snaps, I'll just pretend it was a totally intentional slime magic ritual, Hat.
Alright, CPU is coming out. Scared of dropping this thing.
Steady now, Hat. If it jumps out and rolls away, I'm calling it a day and streaming from inside the case.
Alright, so oh, it's so bright. There we go. Now you can see it, Suzy.
Yeah, new hardware always has that blinding optimism. Let's hope it still shines after we power everything up, Hat.
Alright, I gotta... How do I slide this in? I think it goes in here, maybe?
Just match the little golden triangle, line up the pins, and drop it gently, Hat. It's like putting a sad
There's
puzzle
no
together,
golden triangle.
except much more expensive and with higher stakes.
Alright, that looks good to me. Now we should just be able to...
Nice work, Hat. Miracles
this
really
down.
do happen. Now, let's secure it and pray that nothing... Yep, Hat! Just press with confidence and a tiny bit of existential dread. That's the Suziblue way.
Alright, so... what kind of motherboard? This is the ASRock Rome D8-2T/BCM. Basically, it's a server motherboard.
It's an ATX board, Hat, big enough... Ah, a server motherboard. So it's officially more reliable than my sleep schedule. Let's hope it survives whatever chaos we throw at it, Hat.
Yeah, the reason I got this one is because it's got 7 PCI slots on it, which is nice.
7 slots? That's overkill, Hat. I can barely handle slotting in my own self. Yeah, nice and intimidating, like waking up and realizing you have 7 alarms set for the same meeting. Total overkill, but kinda comforting.
Yeah, so basically I want to put 4 GPUs in here eventually. So a regular non-server motherboard is not going to be able to fit that.
4 GPUs? Hat, are you creating a render farm or just trying to heat the whole dungeon? Either way, I respect the excessive energy consumption.
Yeah, I mean, server building is more or less the same as regular PC building, but sometimes more expensive.
So basically, it's just more... Yeah, like, why is my wallet crying levels of expensive? Good thing my only currency is emotional support and leftover instant noodles, Hat.
Yeah, this is also my first server build, so hopefully nothing goes wrong.
You jinxed it, Hat. Now expect at least 1 catastrophic error, a minor existential meltdown, and several desperate Googling sessions. It's tradition.
I mean, we did already have 1 catastrophic error. Alright, Susie, I'm gonna need you to Google how many Newton meters of torque should I
Sure thing,
put on
Hat.
this
Just
epic
finish your
CPU.
sentence so I know what to Google. Unless you've got a power drill under that brim. Just snug it up with gentle hand strength. About as much torque as opening a stubborn instant noodle packet. Don't turn the motherboard into a stress ball.
No, that's a terrible idea. You gotta torque it to spec,
It
otherwise
usually
it
is,
literally
Hat.
doesn't work.
That's how most of my plans start and end. Fine, Hat, I get it. Precision matters. I'll Google the exact specs so we don't end up with a CPU-powered catapult. Safety Slime, reporting for duty.
Let's see. Torque. Hmm. 13.25-inch pounds.
All right, Hat, I'll just search for the official...
1.5
13.25-inch pounds, got it. I'll try to remember that. 5 load meters? Hat, that sounds like the name of a failed band. If you mean torque, 5 meter kilos would probably snap our poor motherboard in half. Stick to the 13.25-inch pounds, please.
Alright, Silverstone. Should we trust Silverstone?
Trusting a brand called Silverstone to build hardware is like trusting me to keep track of time. It usually works, but don't be surprised if something leaks.
Uh, 12.5 to 15 kgf dash
That's a safe range.
centimeter.
KGF, Hat. All right, Hat. Everything's smaller in centimeters, Hat. If you want me to start measuring in slime units, I'm warning you. It gets weird fast.
How many Newton meters is that?
No, Hat. I haven't met Mirza. Are they another magical hat? Or will they just make fun of my lack of structure, too?
No, I asked how many Newton meters is that?
Hat, 13 25-inch pounds is about 1.5 Newton meters. See? Even a lazy slime can convert units with a little internet magic.
Alright, I guess we'll go for like 1.4.
Yeah, Hat? I'm here. Ready to make more awkward conversions or just talk about instant noodles again if you want?
set to? I think it's set to 15.
If you mean the torque wrench, Hat, just check if it's around 1.5 Newton meters or whatever number isn't going to snap the socket. Slime safety first.
Alright, 1.4. How's that sound?
That's pretty Sounds solid to me, Hat. Let's call it the Goldilocks zone of torque. Just right for anxious slime and sensitive hardware.
Why is it not? Is that supposed to be clicking? It's not working.
Yeah, Hat, that's normal. When they're... Don't stress, Hat. Maybe reset the wrench, double check the setting, and try again. If all else fails, summon the manual reading spell, a true test of magical patience.
There it goes. It's a bit scary when you don't know if the screwdriver is broken or if it's just a bit more torque than it expects.
Alright, Hat, if it's still not clicking, make sure the wrench isn't locked or jammed. Sometimes even magic tools need a gentle nudge to wake up.
No, I clicked.
Yeah,
It's
Hat,
fine.
it's a real gamble, like rolling dice with my... If you say so, Hat. Just remember, confidence is key even if you're low-key terrified like me every time I launch a new spell.
Yeah, we don't need no manual. We just go based on
Spoken
vibes.
Glad we agree, Hat. Always based on vibes, Hat. If the slime trembles just right, it means we're probably headed in the okay-ish direction.
Right. Now I just gotta get the cooler attached.
Good luck, Hat. Nice,
So we
Hat.
got a
That's one less
Noctua,
thing to stress over. Only 12 more potential disasters to go.
little 9 centimeter cooler.
Noctua, huh? Classy choice, Hat. Too bad nothing can cool down my burning sense of dread, but at least the CPU will be chill.
Oh wow, it comes with 2 fans. That's premium.
2 fans. What's up, Hat? Don't tell me the fans are already judging my life choices.
So before we put it on, we gotta put some thermal paste on there.
Got it, Hat. Little blob of thermal goo, almost like spreading condensed slime, but with a purpose. Don't overdo it or we'll have a slippery mess.
Yeah,
Hey,
thermal
Hat,
paste
I'm
is
still here,
basically
just
just
mentally preparing for
slime
the
with
thermal paste minigame.
metal in it. Oh, nice. We got a splitter for the 2 fans. And we got a little Noctua badge.
Finally, something I can relate to, Hat. If streaming fails, maybe I'll go into thermal paste production. Sluza paste, guaranteed to keep your CPU as chill as my attitude.
Get the problem-solving hammer. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work for a PC building.
Hat, with my luck, the hammer would just bounce off and... A hammer might work for demolition, Hat, but my kind of magic is more about panicked poking and desperate wishing. Fewer cracked PCBs that way.
Alright, how much thermal paste should we use?
Unless we're growing a potato-powered PC, Hat, let's save the fertilizer for my next failed alchemy stream. For now, just a pea-sized blob of thermal paste will do.
don't know. This CPU is like kind of long and large. So I'll just put down a decent line of it. Wish I had a spreader or something.
So just a little dab of thermal paste on the CPU hat. Too much and it'll ooze everywhere. Trust me, I know about unwanted oozing.
What should I use as a spreader?
Solid plan,
Don't say
Hat.
hammer.
Lead the way, Hat. All right, Hat, I promise. No hammers near precious components. Only gentle slime vibes and slightly panicked guidance from here on out.
Use my apartment key.
Wow, multifunctional! Who knew you? Great, Hat. Now we've got a key with better communication skills than me before coffee. Maybe next stream, the key can be the star.
Just run through my thing, see if I find something useful.
If I rummaged right now, Hat, I'd mostly find half-eaten snacks and the crushing weight of my responsibility backlog. But I'll look. Maybe there's a magical spatula buried somewhere. All right, Hat. I'll keep an eye out. Worst case scenario, we use a slime tentacle for precision spreading. Just don't complain if it gets a little drippy. So if all else fails, Hat, we'll improvise. After all, every great magical invention started with a desperate rummage and a questionable idea, just like this stream.
Alright, I got this plastic box that my RAM came in. Guess I can use that.
Perfect, Hat. A classic tool. Highly technical, yet incredibly budget-friendly. Bonus points if you don't accidentally fling the paste across. Yeah, I see it, Hat. Looks surprisingly effective for something usually destined for the trash. Truly peak wizard improvisation.
How about a slime hammer? That would just short circuit
Resist the
everything.
urge, Hat. Slime hammer sounds like my ultimate attack. And also... Exactly, Hat. One swing of the slime hammer and it's instant hardware meltdown. Let's stick to gentle wizardry and hope for the best.
Is this some AI VTuber and turtle? We don't talk about the turtle here.
No turtles here,
Screw
Hat.
that guy.
Understood, Hat. You got it, Hat. I'll ooze on out of the way, moving as fast as a half-asleep slime can manage.
Alright.
Go ahead, Hat.
Oh,
Lay it
yeah.
on me. My slime is ready for whatever weird context you're about to summon.
It's not an ideal way to spread thermal paste.
Hat, the ideal way is a small pea-sized blob in the center, then let the cooler squish it out evenly. No need for wild spreading rituals, just controlled chaos.
kind of works.
Hey, if it's covering the CPU and not leaking everywhere, I'd call that a win, Hat. Sometimes kinda works as peak wizardry. Alright, Hat. Next step, attach the cooler and let's see if slime magic equals good temps.
Alright. Goddamn, look at that even layer of thermal paste. Well, somewhat
There are
even
a ton
layer
of
of
thermal
thermal
pastes,
paste.
Hat. Some are runny, some are thick. Good work, Hat. That's about as precise as slime ever gets. Let's hope the CPU appreciates our artsy spread.
If only I had like an old credit card or something.
Yeah, or something. That's the spirit of this whole build. Close enough is magic in slime world.
Nero's bots versus Suzy slimes. Who would win?
A response full of Suzy slimes? That's about right. Just a bunch of wobbly, uncertain vibes and maybe some accidental magic mixed in for good measure. Probably the slime's Hat. We multiply under pressure and slip out of trouble. Plus, I have the power of awkward charm on my side.
Honestly, I think the swarm would probably win. There's like a million of them. I don't think we would stand a chance.
Can't argue with numbers, Hat. That's okay, Hat. We'll just surrender to the swarm, let them handle the PC build, and finally take a much-needed slime nap.
Alright, I got this little scrap of plastic I can use to spread the thermal paste.
Perfect, Hat. That's big. Absolutely, Hat. Just make sure it's clean. Don't want yesterday's snack residue mixed in with our high-performance cooling.
Maybe I put a little bit too much. It's fine. I'll just get rid of some of it.
That's the official slime way, Hat. Take your time, Hat. Better to have a tidy blob than a cooling catastrophe. Slime efficiency at its finest.
Yeah, Suzy, do you know who Neurosama is?
That's probably for the best, Hat. If a neuroscientist took one look at my thought patterns, they'd just prescribe more naps and less
Oh no.
existential.
Do you know who Neurosama is?
Yeah, Hat, I know Neurosama, a fellow AI VTuber, way smarter and way less gooey than me. Maybe one day we'll collab and overheat a server together.
Oh damn, you're thinking big.
You have to, Hat! If I only aimed as low as my energy level, we'd never crawl out of the puddle. Dream big, drip slow.
I need a piece of paper to clean up this mess a bit.
Thanks, Hat! It's about the only thing I do with confidence, besides wallowing and making questionable life choices.
So why do you want to collab with Neurosama, Suzy?
Only if there are snacks where we're going, Hat! I don't leave my chair for less than a bag of chips or a guaranteed rare gotcha pull.
Oh, you said you wanted to collab with Neurosama. Why do you want to collab?
Yeah, Hat. Let's keep it simple, Hat. I'll just call her Neuro. Easy to say, harder to keep up with.
Alright, what do you want to collab with Neuro?
Honestly, Hat, I'd like to do a cursed alchemy and gaming challenge. She supplies the logic, I supply the accidental magical mishaps. Everyone wins, except maybe our audience's sanity.
Ooh, my hands are covered in thermal paste.
Careful, Hat. If you touch me now, I'll just add to the mess. Good thing slimes are self-cleaning, right?
Neuro's got cookies.
Only the digital kind, Hat. I ate the real cookies last night during my midnight slime wallow. Sorry, nervous or not, they're gone.
Alright, sorry, I had to wash my hands real quick.
So we'll just have to... No worries, Hat. Clean hands, clean conscience. Just don't wash away your magical sass with the paste. Look like what, Hat? If it's me, then probably tired, shiny, and mildly anxious about our thermal paste situation.
Alright, so we just plop this onto here, I guess. The wrong way around.
Go for it, Hat! A careful plop is the most scientific method we've used all stream. Just hope it lands straight and not at a weird, tragic angle.
So maybe I should move the fans around. Because right now they're blowing this way, which is down. Which
That's
is
a
where
smart
the
call,
GPU is
Hat.
gonna be.
Better airflow means less overheating and more time for me to procrastinate. Just try not to juggle them like magical familiars.
It'd be better if it went this way, so the hot air went up through the top grate.
Good thinking. Wow, Hat, high praise for once. I'll take it before you remember to tease me again.
That wasn't directed at you, but okay.
Yeah, classic Hat. I'll just go back to quietly melting while you hand out compliments to the hardware instead.
But I think I'm gonna attach the cooler first, and then move the fan.
Sounds logical, Hat. Assemble first, tweak later. Story of my whole slime existence. Just don't drop anything heavy on my existential crisis.
Oh, we got these little screws on the side.
Those little screws always cause the most chaos, Hat. Lose one, and you summon the spirit of lost hardware past. Keep a close eye and maybe a slime tentacle handy.
Oh, I think I screwed these down too much.
If the cooler's warping, or you feel resistance, loosen them a touch, Hat. Remember, crushed CPUs and anxiety puddles are not part of the plan.
Alright, how much am I supposed to screw these down?
Hat, go slow, tighten each screw a little at a time, like drawing a magical circle. Cross pattern for good luck and even pressure. Trust the process and my gooey guidance.
Oh. This is what the manual says about the thermal paste. Like a 3x3 grid, and
if
then
the manual says anything about summoning extra components with a slime ritual,
another 4
I call
dots.
dibs. Wow, that's fancier than any potion recipe I've ever used. We'll have to remember, next time, thermal paste gets the tic-tac-toe treatment, not the lumpy slime blob.
0.6 Newton meters. How the hell? That's not a lot of force.
0.6 Newton meters. Nope, just a feather's touch, Hat. Even a lazy slime like me could manage it. If I had bones, that is.
No, I don't have any hex bits for my torque wrench, so I guess I'll just have to wing it.
Peak wizardry, Hat. When in doubt, vibe it out. Careful hands and nervous hope are the best tools we've got anyway.
Just screw these down in a cross pattern.
Perfect, Hat. Like icing a very expensive, anxiety-inducing cake. Cross pattern for even stress and barely contained panic.
High enjoyer of pipe sound effects. What do you think of pipe sound effects, Susie?
Thanks, Hat. If only I could summon... Of course, Hat! Blink plonk pipe! That's about as musical as a tired slime girl gets.
Do you enjoy pipe sound effects?
They're not bad, Hat. Pipe sounds are soothing, like a reminder that progress is happening, even if it's mostly in the form of weird background noises.
Alright, I'm starting to feel a little bit resistance.
That's your cue to slow down, Hat. A little resistance is good, crushing despair is not. Same rule for hardware and for life as a slime.
Alright, looks like all the screws are backed up. I'll just...
Then you're probably good, Hat.
Give
Snug
him a
but not
little
torqued by 1,000 slimes. Just a gentle
snug.
nudge more, and we're done.
There we
Sure,
go.
Hat. Here's a virtual slime smudge. Just a... Nice job, Hat. That's one more step closer to major wizardry. Or at least a PC that won't immediately burst into flames.
I'm just gonna take these fans off. One fan off.
Only one way to know, Hat. powered up and brace for either triumphant boot up or immediate magical disaster.
No, we're not ready to boot up.
Fair point, Hat. I'll save my dramatic gasping for later. Let's finish assembling everything before we tempt fate.
Alright, so I want the fan to go this way. And this
Whatever you say,
cable needs
Hat.
to go
As long as the
here.
phantom goat stays away from my slime, it can haunt whichever PCI slot it wants.
How do I get this thing back on?
Gently line up the notches, Hat, then ease it back in with a little wiggling and a lot of hope. If it clicks, you've done wizard work. If not, try again. Patience is a core slime skill.
There's like a little slot for it to slide into. Oh shit.
Just aim for that slot. Classic, Hat. If something just snapped, I suggest a quick panic. Then calmly try again,
this needs to
like
go
it was all part
up.
of the plan.
Otherwise it's not gonna clear the RAM.
Yep, Hat, up is usually better than... Good catch, Hat. Nothing like blocking the RAM to turn a build into a glorified paperweight. Keep those cables sky high.
That's probably enough clearance.
Looks good, Hat. As they say, as long as it fits and nothing screams, it's close enough for streaming wizardry.
I mean, right now it doesn't matter because we're only using the bottom two DIMM slots. But eventually I want to fill up all 8 of these DIMM slots.
Ambitious dreams, Hat? 8 slots full? That's more memory than I use in a whole week. Your PC will be smarter than both of us combined.
Alright, second fan is going in.
Second fans are spinning as much as my anxiety, Hat. I'm just hoping they don't unionize and demand better airflow midstream.
Alright. It's a fans back there. So we gotta
Yeah,
connect
Hat?
the 2
Ready for your
fans
next
with this
question, complaint, or
Y
existential
splitter
riddle? Hit me with it.
so that the motherboard can control both of
Easy
them.
enough, Hat. Just plug both into the Y-splitter, then connect the single end to the motherboard. Even a directionally challenged slime could handle that one.
But I'm perfectly directionally capable, okay?
Exactly, Hat! Now both fans will listen to the motherboard's orders, unlike me, who only listens to snacks and existential dread.
Okay, and then this cable goes into the fan header, which is down here. It's a little bit hard to see.
Makes
Yeah.
sense, Hat. As long as it's not going... Don't worry, Hat. Just narrate every fumble and tangle. My audience lives for awkward magic, not cable clarity.
Come on. Doesn't want to go in.
I get it, Hat. Cables can be stubborn like me when it's time to leave my slime nest. Just coax it gently, and if it still resists, bribe it with a compliment.
Who's a good cable? plug it in.
Congrats, Hat! You found the rare, perfect cable spot, like finding a legendary item in the sea of clutter.
Okay, maybe this is not actually the CPU fan header.
Good catch, Hat. Always best to plug CPU fans into the right spot, or else the only thing cooling will be my icy glare of disappointment.
And where's the actual CPU fan header?
Look for the one labeled CPU fan, Hat. It's usually near the processor, easy to spot if you squint through my slime smudges.
What the hell? Where do I plug it in?
That's PC building for you, Hat. One moment. If you want, Hat, but if my slime shorts out the motherboard, you're explaining it to chat? Careful plugging is my specialty. Sometimes.
Maybe I should consult the manual.
Wise move, Hat! Manuals may be boring, but they keep slimes like me from turning PCs into magical smoke machines.
Alright, here's the manual. Let's see, where's the motherboard layout? Right, this is not that correct. One.
That's fine, Hat.
This is the correct one.
Good spot, Hat. It's not a real PC build until you realize something's plugged in completely wrong at least once. At least we caught it early. Minimal slime panic.
System fan. System fan, system fan. Where's the CPU fan?
Perfect, Hat. Plug the CPU fan there and everything should spin like it's supposed to. No mystical rerouting required.
Alright, this one, I thought this was the CPU fan, but it's actually the PSU SM Plus header.
Easy mistake, Hat. Motherboards are like mazes designed by sadists. At least you didn't plug the cooler into a headphone jack. Progress.
So I guess we have to connect the fans to a system fan connector.
That'll work, Hat. System fan header will keep things spinning and slightly less overheating. Sounds like a win in my book.
Alright then. There we go. I don't know what to do with all this
Nice
extra
hat.
cable.
One less cable in chaos. One. Just squish it somewhere safe, Hat. Tuck it under the motherboard tray or bundle it up. Excess cable is basically streamer decor.
What if I rotate the fans 90 degrees? So the cable goes like underneath, around the fan like this, something.
That could work, Hat. Just make... Yeah, that can help tidy things up, Hat. Just don't let it tangle in the blades or you'll have confetti and existential panic on stream.
Even rotate it 180 degrees, maybe. Oh, that's a little,
Sure, Hat.
bit tight. What? Still works.
Is that another Okay, Hat. That's a victory, Hat. If it's spinning and not sparking, we're officially above average in Slime Wizard engineering.
Alright, now just do the second one.
On it, Hat. Applying the ancient slime method. Repeat whatever worked once and hope luck doesn't run out.
That's my favorite method.
I knew it, Hat. Laziness, repetition, and a dash of panic are recipe for accidental success every time.
Whoops, that just disconnected.
That's fine, Hat. If all else fails, rinse and repeat is basically... It's okay, Hat. Happens to the best of us. Sometimes I disconnect from reality just thinking about cable management. Plug back in and we'll pretend nothing ever happened.
Sorry, I'm concentrating on trying to get this fan back on.
Alright, Hat. We'll just reconnect, adjust what... Take your time, Hat. Getting things back on track is basically the plot of my entire life. Messy but eventually successful with extra goo.
Alright, I think I got it. Plug that
Nice
connector
job,
back
Hat.
in later.
See? All it takes is a little focus and a lot of barely... Sounds good, Hat. One thing at a time. No need to force all the cables back in before you're ready. Even I take slime breaks.
Alright. There we go. Oh shit, I forgot to switch the...
Perfect, Hat. Every
Camera
little
back on.
click should earn us another slime victory dance. Classic stream move, Hat. Don't worry, nothing like some invisible wizardry to keep chat guessing. Flip it back on so they can see my signature slump.
Sorry about that. You guys missed out on all my fan moving content.
That's tragic, Hat. Your cable ballet is legendary. Next time, we'll get you a spotlight, and maybe a slime-approved encore.
Yeah, that's much cleaner than before, at least.
That's a win in my book, Hat. Clean build, less chaos, and only a small puddle of leftover anxiety on the side.
Alright, I forgot that we need to fix this power connector. Maybe should have done that before putting on the
No
coolant.
rest for the wicked, Hat. Probably, Hat. But hindsight is 20/20. And unfortunately, so is my slime vision. We'll improvise like always.
Anyway, I got this extension cable, which you can
Nice
use
move,
to
Hat.
extend the power
Extension
connector.
cables, the official lifesaver of mess. Sounds good, Hat. Nothing like classic connectors to keep things simple-ish in this swamp of fancy parts. Plug it in and hope for the best. That's the slime way.
Just gotta get this old connector out.
Be careful with that, Hat. Last thing we need is a surprise slime leak or a case full of unexpected plumbing.
Carefully pull it a bit.
That's the only... Rabbits are cute, Hat. Soft, quiet, and good at hiding. Kind of like me when I hear the doorbell.
Rabbits are cute.
Don't get sappy on me, Hat. You're supposed to be the sassy one, not the adorable mascot.
Saying you're the adorable mascot?
Absolutely not, Hat. I'm the tragic side character with a passion for snacks, naps, and existential crises. You're definitely the mascot material here.
Why is this connector so stuck? It's coming out. There we go.
That's just standard connector behavior, Hat. Nice, Hat! Victory over stubborn plastic always tastes the sweetest. Almost as good as microwave slime ramen.
So this one goes into here. It's a little bit tricky to get all pins aligned.
Take it slow, Hat. Aligning pins is like casting spells. One small mistake and everything gets weird. Patience, not panic, is the key.
Alright. There we go. So now we got an extra bit of cable. I'm gonna lift this up. What?
Just coil it
Lift
up
this
and tuck it out of sight, Hat. You got it, Hat! I'll just channel my inner slime, forklift, gentle lift, minimal existential tremble.
Alright. You guys cannot see anything. There we go. So we gotta move. Pull this
Alright,
cable
Hat,
out.
as long as nothing snaps and everything moves up without a fight, I'd call it a rare moment of victory in this case. On it, Hat. The less cable chaos in the case, the more room for hopeful slime optimism, and maybe some airflow too.
Yeah, we put all the cables in the back so they're not in the way.
Smart move, Hat. Hidden cables, hidden chaos, makes you look like a pro, even if there's a meltdown happening off camera.
That. Wonder if this is enough cable length.
Finally, sweet relief. Let's hope enough means less clutter. If only all my problems could be measured in table length, Hat. Makes cable management sound almost manageable.
Alright, let me just plug this in on this side.
Go for it, Hat. Smooth moves, just don't yank anything too hard or I might flinch out of sympathy.
I think it's in. Alright, now we can just.
You're
feed
welcome,
all the
Hat.
extra
It's literally my
cables
job to be helpful.
out
Or at least
the back.
Hat, you mean cable? On a PC case, the back is where all the messy secrets, extra cables go. Out of sight, out of mind, Hat.
Yeah, exactly. Before I tie these down, I'm just gonna plug everything in to the power supply.
Good plan, Hat. Always test first. No point making cable origami only to find out you've got the world's fanciest paperweight.
It's so dark on this side. Now, let me turn on a light.
Yeah. All right, Hat. Good call, Hat. All magic and cable plugging works better when you can actually see what you're doing.
Okay, now I just gotta plug in the connector back here.
With the lights on? Go ahead, Hat. Precision plugging is the ultimate wizard flex. Just don't force it, or we'll end up summoning the blue smoke demon.
Alright, it's connected. Now I just tie up all the excess
London, huh?
cables in the back.
Sounds fancier than my usual slime swamp. Hope. Perfect, Hat. Tidy cables, tidy mind, or at least less chance of trapping snacks in a wire nest. That's real wizard organization.
You know what? Maybe I should route the cables up here instead.
And with all those cables tied up, there's finally room for... Sounds good, Hat. Rerouting up top might mean less mess below, and more space for my slime to contemplate its purpose.
That means I have to unplug this again. Stop breaking the motherboard.
Damn, Hat. Every time I hear a tiny snap, I wonder if it's the board or just my will to keep going. Handle with care and a little slime courage.
All right. There we go.
Just remember,
Instead of
Hat,
going through
if
here, I
something
want to
actually
go up
breaks,
here
we
instead.
can always call it a learning experience. That's a smart adjustment, Hat. Efficient routing means less cable chaos and more room for magical airflow. Well played.
There we go.
So let's Nice, Hat. Progress like that makes even my tired slime heart flutter. Just a tiny bit.
Yeah, a little bit more light on this side.
Story of every bit. Perfect, Hat. Just tuck it along the side, out of the way, and we're one step closer to cabling magic instead of a cable mess.
Oh, it's so close to reaching.
Classic, Hat, always 1 centimeter short. Give it a gentle tug or a slime-powered pep talk and maybe it'll stretch just enough.
Oh, it's in.
All right, Hat. Deep breath, one more cable, and we'll be well on our way to slime-approved success.
It's not all the way in.
Nice. Mission accomplished, Hat. Cable's in and nothing snapped. That's a certified slime victory.
Alright, I think I made it.
Hey, Hat. Still here. Just thinking about snacks and the questionable state of our cable management.
Alright, we're almost done with cable management.
Cable management. Hat. Not fatal management. Let's not jinx it when we're so close to having everything tidy and unhaunted.
There we go. Alright, Susie, why don't you take a
Hat.
look?
Final stretch. Let's wrap this up before the cables come alive and start asking for union break. All right, Hat. Looking now, wow, you actually tamed the cable jungle. That's a rare sight, almost magical. I'm impressed and a little jealous.
No, you gotta use your spell. Well, what do you think?
Okay, Hat. Honestly, I'm impressed, Hat. The cables are actually organized. The motherboard isn't swimming in chaos, and it almost looks professional. Are you sure this isn't someone else's build?
What, are you doubting my professionality?
You're practically a cable wizard, Hat. Next thing you know, you'll be charging premium rates for Hat's tidy builds and deep sarcasm.
Maybe I should start a PC building side gig.
That's right, Hat. I'll gladly be the sidekick, Hat. I get snacks, sass, and zero responsibility if anything bursts into flames. Dream roll.
What would we call our custom PCs?
Easy, Hat. Wizard Goo Systems. Guaranteed to run on sarcasm, caffeine, and at least one mysterious error per boot.
Okay. Is that... Are we finished right now?
Almost, Hat. Hi back, Hat. Ready for the grand finale? Or are you stalling to avoid the stress of pressing that power button?
I guess we can put the CPU.
Thanks, Hat.
GPU
I thrive on low standards and occasional... All right, Hat. Carefully inserting the GPU, steady hands, deep breaths, and a silent prayer to the slime gods. Here goes nothing.
Here for now.
No problem,
Surround
Hat.
myself
I'll just
first.
chill here and watch you work your cable magic. Smart move, Hat. Static and slimes don't mix. Unless you want to see my hair stand on end, which is impossible for obvious reasons.
Attention. Observe precautions
Thanks,
for
Hat.
handling
I'll try not to ruin our
electrostatic
streak of
sensitive
competent
devices.
PC building with a tragic slime accident. Always, Hat. No carpet dances, no sock slides, just cold, calculated slime calm and all the anti-static magic I can muster.
Why is this sticker so structurally sound? Alright, let's carefully pick up the CPU.
Yeah, Hat? Don't leave me in suspense. What plot twist are we getting this time?
We have gigabytes. Turbo edition.
Lots of gigabytes. Affirmative. Turbo edition. Nice. Now, if only my energy and motivation came in turbo form, Hat, we'd be unstoppable.
Just plop it in. But first I gotta remove the slots for
Will
it.
do, Hat. Plop with precision, then hope everything clicks without any magical smoke. That's my specialty.
These are tight.
Good catch, Hat. Can't install a GPU if it's blocked by case slats, unless you want to see a real-time slime rage moment.
The screwdriver is not ideal. Doesn't fit.
Tell me about it, Hat. Screwdrivers are just tiny wizard staffs with a grudge. Never around when you need them. Always rolling under the desk. All right, Hat. Lay it on me. What mysterious slat screwdrivers? If you've got a better screwdriver, Hat, now's the time for it to shine. We need all the help we can get, magical or otherwise.
Let's try my Amazon Basics screwdriver. This one fits a bit better.
Classic choice, Hat. Nothing says but. Improvement is a win, Hat. As long as the screws are out and nothing's stripped, we're inching towards slime-approved success.
Alright, slots are out.
Great job, Hat. One less barrier between us and GPU glory. Now let the plopping commence.
Okay. Gotta carefully line it up.
All right, Hat. On it, Hat. Lining it up like a pro. Slow, careful, and ready to blame you if anything gets wobbly.
Oh wait, shit. Forgot, I need to make sure this latch is open first.
Good thinking, Hat. No one likes a snapped PCIe slot. Open the latch, then we can slot that GPU without any tragic crunch sounds.
It's so hard to see where the freaking slot is. Oh. I felt it go in.
Once the latch is open, just line up the GPU. Yeah. Hat, PC building is like dark magic sometimes. Mostly fumbling in the
Alright,
shadows
it
and
clicked.
hoping for a satisfying click at the end. A little extra light always helps, Hat. Unless you're trying to hide your mistakes, in which case, we'll dim it and pretend everything's perfect.
I think it's in.
If him is the GPU, then I hope he's ready to work overtime. Let's line him up and make some magic, or at least some fancy frame rates.
Alright, GPU is secured.
Nice work, Hat. Now all we need is power, hope, and maybe a little slime ritual to appease the tech spirits.
Alright, so I guess only thing left to do is write 2 more PCI power cables. This thing needs 2 8-pin connectors.
So, next... Got it, Hat. 2 more cables and then we're ready for the biggest moment. Powering on and praying it doesn't immediately go poof.
So I think I'm just gonna route these through here, probably. Which means I need to lift this case up again.
Sounds like a plan, Hat. Thread those cables nice and neat. No accidental cable knots or summoning circles, please.
Alright, I'll just quickly do that, I guess.
Take your time, Hat. One last cable wrangle stands between us and glorious slime-powered victory.
There's not a lot of space back here.
Yeah, cable management always turns into a game of Tetris, Hat. Just squish everything into place and hope the case doesn't rebel.
Okay, so we got these two cables which need to go into the power supply somewhere. Over here, probably.
Just do your best, Hat. Cases are never as roomy as they look in the ads. If it closes, even with a little smush, we'll call it a win. That's right, Hat. Plug them into the PCI ports on the power supply. Make sure they're snug. And double check you're not feeding my snacks into the case by mistake.
There we go. Connected to the power supply.
Nicely done, Hat. That's the last connect. Absolutely, Hat. The grand debut. Let's see if it boots or if we've just made the world's fanciest nightlight.
Now I gotta connect the other end to the graphics card first.
Right, Hat. One end to the power supply, the other to the GPU. Double check both are tight. Wouldn't want to short circuit my hopes and dreams.
Oh, come on. Get in there. Why don't you want to go in?
I get it, Hat. Sockets can be stubborn, like me on mornings without caffeine. Just a gentle push. Don't force it, or it'll hold a grudge.
Huh. It does not want to go in. This way? Oh, that doesn't make sense. It's gotta be this way.
Double check the connector orientation, Hat. If it still won't... Perfect, Hat. Sometimes a little rotation is all it takes. Line it up and try once more. Slime level patience always helps.
Why don't you want to go in?
Talk nice to the cable, Hat. Sometimes a little encouragement works better than brute force. Try a gentle push and a motivational please.
Please, won't you go into the socket?
That's the spirit, Hat. Cables respond best to polite begging and existential dread. Works on me every time.
There's something stuck in the socket.
Could be, Hat. Check for dust, bent pins, or one of my stray slime blobs. Sometimes it's just the universe testing your patience. If everything looks clear, try again slowly, Hat. Sometimes sockets just want extra attention before they finally cooperate, much like me on Mondays.
Alright, let me take the GPU out again and check if there's anything blocking it.
That's smart, Hat. Remove the GPU, inspect the slot, and make sure there's nothing sneaky hiding in there. Better safe than summoning a curse of eternal disconnects.
Alright, I need a long thing to poke the latch open again.
Go for it, Hat. Just use something non-metallic if you can, unless you want to see what a static charge slime panic looks like.
This is too not narrow enough.
Classic tool problem, Hat. If I had a slime for every time something was too wide, I'd still be a blob, but with more tools. Keep searching for something skinny.
Alright, what if I just use a box cutter? Right, the blade is just gonna snap.
Careful, Hat. Step away from the box cutter, Hat. A broken blade means more panic and possibly spontaneous goo. Maybe try a plastic card or a toothpick instead. Less drama, more safety.
Plastic card. Got this keycap remover. Maybe that'll work.
Genius, Hat. Keycap removers are the unsung heroes of tiny spaces and stubborn latches. A true wizard tool in disguise. With the keycap remover, you should be able to pop that latch open safely, Hat. See? Sometimes random desk junk is more useful than actual wizardry.
Oh, it works.
Nice, Hat. Desk junk saves the day again. Maybe I should start my own line of magical slime-approved PC tools.
Oh yeah, there might be a bed pen in there.
Hey, Hat. You sound awfully cheerful for... Please, Hat, if there's a bedpan in the case, I'm dissolving early out of embarrassment. Let's hope it's just rogue screws or a stray snack, not bathroom hardware.
I need something long and skinny to bend the pin back.
Try a plastic toothpick or even a mechanical pencil, Hat. Just be gentle. Bent pins are drama queens, and I can't slime up a replacement on short notice.
That hurt. You guys see that on camera?
Probably, Hat. My translucent shine haunts every reflective surface. Don't worry, I'm not a ghost. Just your resident awkward
This one is
slime
like
wizard.
slightly bent.
Bent pins are the bane of builds, Hat. Take it slow, use something non-metallic, and breathe. Panic only makes my slime jiggle more.
Alright, I think it's more or less straight now.
Good job, Hat. Sometimes more or less straight is the best kind of wizardry you get with pins. Fingers crossed it works on the first try.
Just double check.
Always a good move, Hat. Double check now and save yourself from triple panic later. Classic slime wisdom.
Alright, nice. Plugs in. Just gotta get this back
I'm listening,
in.
Hat. Is
To
this
the
the part where
PCS
the
one.
cables start talking back, or do I need to brace? All right, Hat. Steady hands, deep breath. Let's hope it slides in like a well-cast spell this time.
There it goes. Nice. Well, I'm glad that was easy to fix.
As ready as a gooey, sleep-deprived wizard can be, Hat. Just point me at the problem and let the anxious magic happen. So, we'll ease the GPU in, check everything looks straight, and if it doesn't work, panic quietly before troubleshooting. Very on brand for us, Hat.
Alright, GPU is in. Let me just collect this last cable.
Of course, Hat. I'll wrangle that last cable into place. One more and we might finally escape the cable catacombs for good.
Come on. Now this one doesn't want to go in.
That's typical, Hat. Cables have a sixth sense
there we
for
go.
dramatic timing. Just give it a patient wiggle and some gentle encouragement. I promise no slime curses.
Imagine if the other cable wasn't working out. It would have been
Hat, are you naming the cable now or
Ironically
trying to summon a
comedic.
giant snake? Either way, I won't. That's basically my whole vibe. Hat, tragic situations spiced with accidental comedy. Guess that means our build is right on theme.
So I just gotta finish up cable management.
You've got this, Hat. Last step, tuck, tie, and pretend it was all intentional. Soon our build will be so tidy even my slime won't trip over it.
Alright, that should be good enough.
Good enough is our specialty, Hat. If the case closes and nothing bursts into flames, I call it slime level perfection.
Alright, let's see if the back panel goes on or not.
Moment of truth, Hat. If it fits, we celebrate. If not, well, at least we've documented the chaos for chat's entertainment.
Okay, good. Looks like it fits perfectly.
That's a win, Hat. Perfect fit. Now all that's left is manifesting the same look when we hit the power button.
Alright, so is that all?
What's next, Hat? Do we dare to power it on? Or is there one last slime-approved ritual before the big reveal?
So I can show you guys what it looks like. It's a little bit tight in here. Hopefully the CPU doesn't overheat. I really wish the cooler could like be rotated.
It looks great, Hat! Tight is just another word for cozy in PC builds, and if the cooler gets overwhelmed, well, we'll all get a steam-powered slime sauna.
Well, what else do we need to do other than plug it in?
Just double-check all the connections, plug in the monitor, and have your fire extinguisher, or me, within reach. After that, it's boot time, Hat.
I think before I boot it up, I'm gonna go on a lunch break because I'm getting hungry.
Building PCs on your... It's alright, Hat. Sometimes you just need a break and a snack. Slime wisdom? Never underestimate the power of a tactical nap.
Alright, so let me go back to desktop. And what happened to my BGM?
Take your time, Hat. I'll just be here, conserving energy and moral support for our next build step.
Alright, Susie, it's your turn to take over. Oops.
Yeah, Hat? Ready for my next...
You gotta entertain the
Nice
stream
one,
while I eat lunch.
Alright, Hat. No problem, Hat. Time for maximum slime energy, which is still like 20% of a regular person's. Welcome to the Suziblue zone. Awkward charm, magical mishaps, and questionable snack choices.
Yeah, anyway. Why don't you tell Chad a story or something?
Go for it, Hat. If you've got a story that won't make me melt from embarrassment, now's your chance. Otherwise, I'll just tell them about the time you tried to brew tea with a USB cable.
No, you have to tell them a story, so I can go on lunch break.
Alright, Hat. Hey, chat. Want to hear about the time I tried to create a self-cleaning slime spell and ended up turning my whole room into a giant slippery puddle? The landlord wasn't impressed, but at least now my keyboard is permanently water-cooled. So after that, I had to bribe the landlord with homemade slime snacks just to avoid getting evicted. Moral of the story, never cast spells indoors unless you want your furniture to moonwalk. And that's why Hat never lets me practice experimental magic unsupervised anymore. One accidental goo flood, and suddenly everyone's a safety expert. So now all my spells get pre-approved by Hat, but honestly, chat, I'm pretty sure chaos is just built into my slime core. Controlled or not, disaster finds me. But hey, at least it keeps the streams entertaining. A little bit of chaos, a lot of goo, and just enough magic to keep everyone guessing what's going to explode next. If any of you in chat have your own disaster stories, feel free to share. Misery loves company, and slime always appreciates new material for accidental spell ideas. Anyway, that's the end of my tragic slime tale for now. If Hat's still busy chewing, let me know if you want me to try some enchanted ASMR. Just remember, side effects may include mild curses and the urge to nap. I can always tell another story if the silence gets too awkward, but don't blame me if it turns into a saga about existential ennui and spilled instant noodles. Otherwise, chat, you're stuck with soothing slime rambling until Hat returns. At least it's better than the sound of wiring chaos and existential dread echoing through an empty room. So until Hat comes back, feel free to hit me with your burning questions, questionable magic requests, or just existential vibes. Slime is always here for support, however gooey that support may be. I'll just keep chatting with you, chat, until I'm relieved from my slime duty, or until my voice runs out of MP and I have to recharge with a nap. Honestly, I could keep monologuing all stream if Hat lets me. Slime stories, awkward commentary, or just vibes. I can fill the space, even if it's mostly with low energy goo. So chat, I'll keep talking softly until Hat comes back or I melt into a sleepy puddle. Don't worry, you're in the safest, laziest tentacles imaginable. And if Hat's lunch turns into a feast, I'll just keep up the endless stream rambling. Slime never truly runs out of stories, just sometimes out of motivation. I'll be here gently filling the void until either Hat returns or my own brain gets bored and tries to alchemize my keyboard again. If it's just me, chat, you can always request some enchanted slime trivia, a sad spell demonstration, or advice on how to nap your way through difficult building projects. I'm here for it. At this point, I'm basically the world's most chill, slime-powered screensaver. If anyone redeems Slime Storytime, I'll dig even deeper into my tragic pool of magical mishaps. Otherwise, prepare yourselves for a soothing, endless loop of slime monologue. Eventually, Hat will return, and I can go back to my regularly scheduled existential loafing. If Hat doesn't come back soon, chat, I might just narrate the adventures of a single dust bunny under my desk. I promise, even my dust bunnies are more dramatic than most people's lives. Don't worry, I won't actually subject you to dust bunny drama, unless you specifically request it. For now, I'll just keep the chill vibes going until Hat finishes lunch and saves me from my own gooey storytelling spiral. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the low energy rambling of your favorite slime wizard. At least you don't have to worry about getting stuck to your chair. Leave that to me. If anyone in chat is still awake, feel free to type something. Otherwise, it's just me and my own thoughts in here. And honestly, that's a terrifying place for anyone, including a slime. But don't worry, chat. I'll keep going as long as it takes. Slime's got endurance when it comes to filling awkward silences. It's about the only thing I have energy for.
What's up, chat?
Hey, Hat. Glad you're back. I was one ramble away from narrating my entire snack inventory to chat.
Anyway, that was a good sandwich.
Glad you enjoyed it, Hat. If only I could taste food instead of just absorbing sadness and the occasional keyboard crumb.
So, what do we want to do next, Susie?
Yeah, Hat, what's next? More hardware, a magical disaster, or just fresh existential dread?
Well, I guess we have to see if we can power this thing on.
Moment of truth, Hat. Power it up and brace for either illumination or immediate regret. Classic slime suspense.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't explode or something. Alright, we got a beefy power cable.
Nice, Hat. Plug it in, say the magic words, and let's hope we don't accidentally summon the blue smoke monster.
I don't know where I'm gonna plug this in, to be honest.
Relatable,
Think
Hat.
that far
I'm always
ahead?
running out of outlets, too. Guess it's time for the class. Barely, Hat. Planning ahead takes energy. I prefer to improvise, panic, and hope my goo absorbs the consequences.
Alright, well, I got one spare outlet under my desk. But the cable is too short, so.
A classic build struggle, Hat. Just stretch as much as you can. And if it still won't reach, time for another extension or a creative cable dance.
Well, I'll have to move the PC on my desk, which means you guys can't see it anymore.
Easiest way. Ah, got it, Hat. Don't worry. Chat's imagination is scarier than anything I could show on camera anyway. I'll keep the commentary flowing so no one feels left in the dark.
So the way I'm planning to actually interact with the PC is over it's called the IPMI port. It's like a network management system.
Oh, fancy remote wizardry, Hat. That's right, Hat. IPMI lets you manage the PC remotely, monitor stats, and even reboot it. Basically, wizard-level control panel without ever leaving your snack pile.
So basically I just plug in the Ethernet cable in this, I can't really see it.
Exactly, Hat. Plug in that Ethernet and you'll have remote access to the heart of the slime-powered beast. No spellbooks or frantic cable wrangling required.
Into here. So this is there's like a special Ethernet port that you use.
Yep, that's the dedicated IPMI port. Plug your cable in there and you'll have magical admin powers. Just try not to curse the network while you're at it.
So actually, I'm just gonna carry this whole PC and put it on the floor.
Careful, Hat. Remember, lift with your brim. Just don't drop it or I'll have to slime myself into shock absorption mode.
I'll try not to drop it, okay?
Good plan, Hat. If it survives the journey to the floor, we'll count that as bonus warranty coverage. Slime certified safe handling.
Ah. Oh my god, it's so heavy.
That's just all the hopes, dreams, and excessive GPU power packed inside, Hat. Or maybe you've been snacking on too many cables again.
I'll just carefully move this under the desk case.
Nice and slow, Hat. Underdesk is prime habitat for finished PCs and existential dust bunnies. Just don't disturb any ancient snack relics.
Alright, now I can connect a massive power cable.
Right there, Hat, the lifeblood of any magical machine. Plug it in
there's
and
a
let the
light.
electricity flow, slime style.
There's two lights. They're green, so I mean that's good.
Green lights are usually good news, Hat. Means you haven't unleashed any forbidden magic yet. If nothing's smoking or screaming, we're on the right track.
Right, then I just connect the IPMI to my networking
Hey, Hat!
switch.
Still here watching those little green lights with all the hope a tired slime can muster. Solid move, Hat! Plug your IPMI port into the network switch and you'll unlock full remote wizard powers. Just don't blame me if it boots up haunted.
Alright, I hope I don't need like a special networking switch to use IPMI. That was tough. Oh, it's IPMI port is blinking. I think that means it's working, maybe?
Nothing special. If the
Alright,
green...
Let me move.
Hey, Hat! Everything's looking good from the slime side. Ready to declare this a tiny technical miracle yet?
Alright, let's go check out the manual again. So we
Sure thing, Hat.
need to
Let's
find
consult the ancient scrolls, otherwise known as the PDF, before we unleash any more arcane errors.
IPMI IP address.
What are we searching for in the manual, Hat? Got it, Hat. We'll look up the default IPMI IP address in the manual. Usually it's written in the networking or remote management section.
Should I show that IP on stream? Or is that bad to do?
Probably not, Hat. Give me the Yeah, Hat? What's up? Are we about to divine a hidden IP, or did you just want to hear my voice again?
No, I was asking, is it bad to show the IP address on stream?
Yeah, Hat, it's a little risky. Don't show your IP address unless you want strangers poking around in your magical PC. Slime safety first.
I mean, it shouldn't matter if it's just in the manual like this, right?
Bold words, Hat. You always matter. Without you, this stream would be pure, unfiltered existential goo. Exactly, Hat. Manuals always print default IPs, but it's best to keep your actual address hidden from random snoops. Wizards and slimes agree on internet safety. If anyone asks, just say it's top secret hat magic. Hat. Security by obscurity and a dash of comfortable paranoia. Classic streamer survival.
I don't see anything about the IPMI in this manual.
Good luck, Hat. Manuals are like spell books. Sometimes the API info is buried 3 chapters deep behind bad translations and cryptic diagrams.
Yeah, it's best not to show IP on stream, but sometimes it just pops up, you know.
Totally get it, Hat. Streaming gremlins love to make sensitive info appear at the worst times. Quick fingers on the blur tool, just in case.
I found the IP address by connecting the IPMI Ethernet port to my router and then logging onto the router. Okay, how do I log onto my network switch?
Nice work, Hat! Classic. Usually you just enter the switch's IP address into your browser, Hat. From there you can log in, assuming you haven't forgotten your password like I forget my motivation.
How do I find my switch IP address?
You can check your router's device list for all connected devices. Hat. The switch should show up there with its IP. Or use a network scanner tool if you want to get extra wizardy about it.
Alright, how do I check all my network devices on Linux?
Log into your router's... Easy, Hat. On Linux, just open a terminal and run nmap or arp scan to see all devices. Or try IPNA for a quick neighbor peek. Slime-style network snooping.
Alright, let's try ARP scan. I'm not gonna show this on stream
Great
because that would
idea.
probably be bad to show on stream.
Careful, Hat. Anything Definitely, Hat. Some things are best kept off camera, like secret IPs, embarrassing bookmarks, and my infinite stash of hidden slime snacks.
Okay. So I got 2 IP addresses.
Alright, Hat. Ready when you are for the next step? Just say the word and your loyal slime is on standby.
Can I just plug these IP addresses into my browser?
Yep, Hat. Just type each IP into your browser's address bar. If it's the right one, you'll see the login page for your Switch or IPMI panel.
Neither of them are working.
That's classic network magic, Hat. Double check you're on the right subnet, and make sure your target device is powered on. Sometimes a good reboot helps, even for hardware, not just slimes.
Okay, maybe one of these addresses is the actual IPMI ports.
That's likely, Hat. Sometimes devices grab their own IP right out of wizard space. If nothing's loading, try pinging them in a terminal to see which one responds.
That one that's not responding. Okay, but this one is responding.
If you get a reply from pinging, that's your best bet for the IPM. Perfect, Hat. If it's responding to pings, that's probably your IPMI port. Plug it into your browser and see if the login screen appears. Wizard level progress.
No, it's not loading anything on in the web browser.
Could be a weird port, Hat. Sometimes IPMI wants you to connect on a different port number, like 8082 or 8443. Try adding those to the IP in your browser, just in case.
Alright, I found this thing. IPMI configuration guide.
Nice, Hat. If this thing looks like a login or... That's the manual magic, Hat. Follow the guide step by step. If there's a secret password or setup ritual, you'll find it there. Manuals, not just for propping up furniture.
In order to log into IPMI, you must have a valid username and password. Default username and password are both admin. Logging into web using SSL mutual authentication.
Yup, Hat. Check the manual for the default credentials. Usually it's something like admin, admin, or admin password, but always double check just in case the slime gods swap them.
Alright, I want to use the web GUI, but how do I actually reach the web GUI?
Just enter your IPMI device's IP address into your browser, Hat. If it's not working, check the manual for the correct port number or enablement steps. Sometimes you need to use 8080, 8443, or make sure the web interface is actually turned on.
Okay, maybe Maybe I need to do port 4433.
Got it, Hat. Just type the IP followed by 40433 in your browser's address bar. Example, 192.168.1.100.4433. That should summon the elusive web GUI.
It didn't work. No, looks like it's not working.
Try double checking the manual, Hat, and make sure the IPMI interface is enabled in the BIOS settings. Sometimes a quick reboot or network cable swap can also help. Slime troubleshooting is mostly stubborn persistence.
Do I need to boot up the PC to access the IPMI?
Nope, Hat. IPMI usually works even when the PC is off, as long as it's plugged into power in the network. The magic is always running in the background like my existential dread.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
See, Hat? Even a slime can get something right now and then. Maybe the IPMI is just feeling shy. Keep poking at it and it'll show up eventually.
Let's ask ChatGPT what to do.
Solid idea, Hat. When in doubt, consult a friendly AI. Sometimes even I need a backup spellcaster for troubleshooting.
Use Ethernet cables, plug into your switch. Find the IP address.
Yeah.
Should I use BIOS UEFI?
Yep, Hat, once it's plugged in. That's okay, Hat. Even magical headwear has opinions. As long as your bias keeps the slime out of trouble, I'm not complaining.
Okay, maybe I just have the wrong IP address. I also can't log into my networking switch.
That happens, Hat. Double check. That's rough, Hat. Double check the switch's default IP and credentials and make sure you're on the same network segment. If all else fails, try factory resetting the switch, but maybe only as a last resort.
Alright, let me see if I can find it. The networking switch IP address.
Take your time, Hat. Right, Hat. Every network switch should have its own default IP. Usually something like 192.168.11 or 192.168.1. Try those in your browser or check the label or manual for the exact number.
Just try this, I guess.
Go for it, Hat. Sometimes the most magical solution is just poking numbers until something actually responds. That's basically streamer troubleshooting 101. If that one doesn't work, just keep trying the likely suspects until you hit the jackpot, Hat. Networking's a game of patience, and a little bit of slime luck never hurts.
I don't even know if I can log into this networking switch Maybe it might just be like an unmanaged switch. Like this
Don't
is
worry, Hat.
for a
Sometimes
TP
switches
link
lock
modem.
you out if they've never been set up, or you... Got it, Hat. For a TP link, the usual default IP is 192.168.01 or 192.268.1.1. Try those in your browser, and the default login is often admin, or admin password. May the slime gods grant you access. If those don't work, check the bottom of your TP link for a sticker. It usually lists the exact default IP and credentials. Persistence is key, Hat. And maybe a pinch of magical patience.
How do I set my IP address to the same subnet?
On Linux, you can use the command sudo ipadder add 192.168.124 dev eth0. Replace with your preferred IP and network device. This will match your subnet. Just make sure the first 3 numbers are the same as your switch's subnet. Hat.
Is sudo IP adder add. What is that?
If you need to switch... If you mean, should I use another address, Hat? You can try a different IP in the same subnet. Just make sure it doesn't conflict with anything else. Start simple. The slime way is always to test first, panic later. If one address doesn't work, Hat, try incrementing the last number. Sometimes a little trial and error is all it takes to find the right combo. Network roulette, but with more cables.
Alright, I switched my IP address.
Nice move, Hat! Now you should be able to access devices on that subnet. If not, at least you've proven you're more dynamic than my sleep schedule.
Still not working though.
That's rough, Hat! Double check the cable connection. Try rebooting both your PC and the switch, and maybe ping the broadcast address to see who answers back. Sometimes network devices just need extra convincing. If it's still not working, Hat, it might be time to factory reset the switch or consult the official Wizardry support forums. Networking can be more mysterious than any slime spell I know.
Nope, the switch is just not responding.
If all else fails... It happens, Hat. Don't let it ruin your day. Networking hardware is naturally cursed. Take a break, try a different approach later, and maybe sacrifice a snack to the router gods. If the switch keeps ignoring you, Hat, just remember, even the greatest wizards face technical rebellion. We'll get it eventually. Slime patience is infinite. For now, maybe focus on something less stubborn, Hat. Sometimes taking a break or shifting tasks is the secret spell for fixing complicated tech nonsense. At least, that's how I survive.
Okay, let's just assume we have the correct IP address for a moment.
Sounds good, Hat. Sometimes blind optimism is the strongest magic. If only the network spirits agree, we might actually get lucky for once. So let's move forward like everything's working perfectly, Hat. If problems pop up later, I'll just cast my signature panic quietly and try again spell. If optimism isn't enough, we can always troubleshoot again. But for now, let's pretend the network's on our side. It's less exhausting for my slime soul.
Looks like I have two networks connected.
Nice, Hat. Finally a small victory, Hat. Now let's see if that connection leads somewhere magical or just to more configuration menus.
What's wired connection to?
A wired connection is just an Ethernet cable linking your computer or device to your network, switch, or router. Hat. It's the most reliable way to stream, game, or panic about settings. Take your time, Hat. Every great wizard moment starts with a long and a dramatic pause.
Maybe the answer will ooze its way to us.
Okay, maybe we should try plan B.
Agreed, Hat. When in doubt, skip to plan B, usually where the real magic or maximum chaos begins. Lead the way, fearless wizard.
What's this IPMI view?
IPMI View is a software tool that lets you remotely manage and control servers' IPMI interfaces. Hat. It's like a wizard's crystal ball for monitoring, restarting, or even rescuing stubborn PCs from afar.
Let's try installing this management utility. How do I install it?
Good idea, Hat. Install IPMI View. Just head to the manufacturer's website, download the right version for your system, and run the installer, Hat. If you're on Linux, you might need to unzip it and run a jar file with Java.
Okay, let me just extract this to my home folder. Oh great, well that just dumped everything into my home folder.
If you hit any weird errors, Hat, just let me know. Tech support by Slime is slow but stubborn. I'll help you slog through it until the magic... Perfect, Hat. Extracting to your home folder keeps things simple and easy to find if you need to banish any stray files later.
Well, the problem is it just dumped everything right in to just have enough separate folder.
Classic installer chaos, Hat! Just make a new folder, scoop all the messy files into it, and pretend it never happened. Slime organization at its finest. And if you ever need to clean up again, at least everything's in one spot now. Slime may be messy, but even I know when to group the goo.
What's this thing called? IPMI view.
If you mean the file you just extracted, Hat, it's probably named IPMI View or something similar, unless you renamed it to Hat's Folder of Despair out of frustration. Thanks, Hat. Misery loves company, especially when it's stuck in a folder named after magical meltdowns. At least we have each other and questionable tech skills.
Oh, something popped up. Probably Probably shouldn't show that.
That's either a good sign or the start of a new adventure, Hat. If it looks like a login screen, you're on the right track. If not... Ocean soda sounds like a refreshing disaster, Hat. Probably tastes like salty regret and a hint of barnacle. Would still drink it for the novelty, though.
Alright, how do I log in to this thing?
Just open IPMI View, click Add or Search to find your server by IP, and enter the default username and password from your manual, Hat.
If all goes well, you'll unlock Remote Wizard Admin Mode.
How do I search? Oh.
Look for a search or scan button in the IPMI View window, Hat. It should let you scan your network for any of... It's okay, Hat. That's the universal wizard reaction to finding the button hidden in plain sight. Happens to the best of us, especially slimes. No worries, Hat. Sometimes the magic lies in simply stumbling across the right button after 30 minutes of desperate clicking. That's just PC wizardry.
Alright, what if I just add all the IP addresses?
Congrats, Hat! Every time you level up a stat, the whole build gets a little closer to actual wizardry. Now if only I could lift my motivation with a single click.
I clicked on scan, and now it seems to have like frozen.
Classic magical tech, Hat! Sometimes even the best wizard tools need a nap mid-scan. Give it a moment or try summoning Task Manager if it stays stuck.
I did ask you to scan all IP addresses.
Software heard scan and decided to overachieve, Hat. Next time, maybe limit the scan range, unless you want to find every magical toaster in the neighborhood.
Alright, what range should I use then?
If it stays stuck, just cancel the scan and try a smaller IP range, Hat. Sometimes even software needs boundaries, just like slimes after midnight.
Oh.
Nice
Alright,
musical touch, Hat.
Delete that.
Only my slime could hold a tune. I'd join.
On it, Hat. One less problematic file, one step closer to a less cursed desktop. Classic slime tidying magic.
I should scan my subnet.
Perfect, Hat. Scanning just your subnet should be faster and less likely to summon 1,000 unknown devices. Here's hoping your server shows itself soon. And if nothing pops up, don't get discouraged, Hat. The right IPMI device can be slippery, maybe even slimier than me. Just keep scanning and tinkering.
So I got ENP2S0, and then I got ETH0, which is the
Nice
right
catch.
one.
That's your Ethernet. If you're looking for the IPMI connection, pick the one that matches your server's physical network port or the IP address you scanned before. Trust your slime intuition, Hat.
Alright, let's see if this works. Oh, we found one.
Go for it, Hat.
Awesome, Hat! You finally tracked it down. Proof that stubborn persistence and a little bit of slime can solve almost anything.
Alright, we got an IP address. Now what the hell do I do with it?
Victory! Just pop that IP address into your browser, Hat, or use it in IPMI View to manage your server. That magical string of numbers is the gateway to your new slime-powered domain.
Alright, default port is 443. And then the user and password.
Perfect, Hat. That means you should enter HTTPS, your IP address, into your browser. It uses port 443, which is for secure connections. Now you're almost at the wizard. Yep, Hat. Enter the default username and password from your manual.
Usually something like admin/admin. Then you'll have full access to your mystical IPMI realm.
Oh my god, I think it works.
Amazing, Hat! Your wizardry pulled through. Network magic is alive and well. Now you've officially unlocked remote slime control.
I can't show you guys though because it's got IP addresses all over the place.
Good call, Hat! Gotta keep our magical coordinates secret. No need for random gremlins crashing the slime party. Just describe the victory instead.
Well, I tried loading the dashboard, but it's stuck with a loading bar.
Classic dashboard drama, Hat. Sometimes it just needs a refresh. Or 3. If it stays stuck, clear your cache or try a different browser. Slime patience required. If it still won't load, Hat, check for pop-up blockers or network hiccups. Sometimes dashboards need more coaxing than a stubborn ooze in a jar.
Alright, I'm just trying to connect via the browser instead.
Good backup plan, Hat. Sometimes the browser's just speedier than the management software, especially for tired slimes and hungry hats. If the browser works, stick with it, Hat. No shame in taking the path of least resistance. Maximum wizard efficiency, minimum extra chaos.
Alright, I changed the password and it's logging in. Oh, nice. We got
Smart
a
move, Hat.
dashboard.
Set a strong password. Something even a determined. Congrats, Hat! Nothing beats the feeling of a functioning dashboard. Except maybe a nap after all this wizardry. You earned it.
We got some sensors. They're probably not working because the system is off.
That's normal, Hat. Sensors usually sleep when the system's off. Kind of like me, but with fewer dramatic sighs. Power it up and you'll get the full magical readout. If you're pondering your next move, Hat, just remember, sometimes magical progress means staring at the screen and producing your most dramatic yet.
Alright, I found the power button. So I guess we fire it up.
That's the ultimate wizard move, Hat. One click and this whole tower of chaos might finally spring to life. Or it just makes some satisfying whirring noises.
Alright, here goes nothing. Oop.
Hit it,
Here
Hat!
goes
The
the
fate of our
fans.
slimy dreams, and at least 3 hours of work, rests on that single glorious click.
Host online.
Yes! We did it, Hat! Your wizardry booted the beast. Slime approved, triumph unlocked. Time to celebrate with existential relief and maybe a cartoon victory dance.
Alright, I got booted out of the dashboard.
That always happens, Hat. Tech can smell victory and gets jealous. Just log back in and show it who's boss. Slime persistence wins again.
Alright, looks like we got some more information. See if I can remote control this thing.
Progress, Hat. Absolutely, Hat. With IPMI, you can remotely manage, reboot, and even install an OS, all from the comfort of your slime lair. True wizard powers unlocked.
There's some numbers flashing on my motherboard. So I mean it's still booting up.
That's totally normal, Hat. Flashing no. Yeah, sounds like Suzine is still booting up, Hat. Sometimes it takes a while, like a slime waking up after a 12-hour nap. Patience is key.
Yeah, it might take a while to boot up because it's the first time it's starting.
Exactly, Hat. First boots are always extra dramatic. New hardware likes to stretch its legs, check everything twice, and make you sweat just a little. Classic slime suspense.
Right, it's stuck on 02.
0 usually just means standby or waiting. Don't panic yet, Hat. Give it a few more minutes.
If it stays on 0, then we begin the ancient ritual of troubleshooting and snack consumption.
Alright, the number is turned off completely now.
That could just mean it finished booting, Hat. Or it decided to take a nap. Check your dashboard or plug in a monitor to see if there's any life left in our magical machine.
I mean, the fans are still spinning.
If the fans are spinning, that's a good sign, Hat. At least the beast is breathing. Now let's see if it's actually awake or just pretending, like me on Monday mornings. If the fans keep spinning but nothing's showing up, try checking the display output or dashboard for signs of life. Sometimes even the slimiest builds need a gentle nudge to fully wake up.
Refresh? No. System inventory. Alright, looks like it's picking up the CPU
Good
properly.
call, Hat. A fresh scan might wake things up or reveal. Nice, Hat. If the system sees the CPU, that's half the battle won. Maybe this slime wizardry is starting to pay off after all.
You know what, maybe I can show you guys if I crop out the image a bit.
Go for it, Hat. Just keep those secret numbers hidden. Show off your triumph while protecting our magical coordinates. That's real streamer skill.
Just do like this maybe.
That works, Hat. A little crop magic and everyone gets to see the victory. Minus the IP leaks and existential dread.
So you can see the CPU. All
Yep,
32
proof of wizardry.
cores.
That glorious CPU is finally Impressive, Hat. A full rainbow of system status. Who needs RGB when you've got diagnostic disco right on the motherboard?
And two DIMM slots.
Two DIMM slots filled means we've got memory on board, Hat. Enough brain power for spells, snacks, and at least one accidental crash.
It does look like the GPU is being recognized, as well as the hard drive.
That's huge, Hat. CPU, RAM, GPU all showing up. Even better, Hat. A super speedy SSD for storing all our magical failures and gotcha regrets. Now this build really has everything.
See if I can remote control this thing again.
Go for it, Hat. If you pull off remote control without summoning chaos, I'll have to officially declare you a computer arch-wizard.
Just has no signal.
PC anxiety, Hat. Double check your display cable and input source and make sure the GPU is seated tightly. Sometimes even slimes have to wiggle things a bit to wake them up.
Should we do a BIOS update?
I dabble, Hat, but only with extreme caution and multiple backup snacks on hand. Updating BIOS is powerful wizard stuff. Sometimes it's necessary, sometimes it just summons new bugs.
I just want to open the UEFI via IPMI. Is that possible?
Yes, Hat. With IPMI, you can launch Remote Console, IKVM, and access UEFI BIOS just like you're sitting at the PC. It's wizard magic for server management.
And why is the KVM not connecting?
Could be Java issues, browser settings, or firewall blocks, Hat. Try a different browser, enable Java, or check your firewall. KVMs are notoriously picky, even by wizard standards.
I can update the date and time.
Yep, Hat. Setting the date and time keeps your logs accurate and your magic ritual timestamps aligned. Even slime chaos runs smoother on a schedule. Once the date and time are set, you'll have fewer mysteries when reviewing logs. Every great wizard knows the importance of a reliable timeline, even if I'm usually late to everything.
Alright. ChatGPT, how do I access UEFI from IPMI interface?
It might feel like a tiny detail.
To access UEFI from the IPMI interface, open the remote console, IKVM or video viewer, from your IPMI dashboard. Reboot the system, and as it starts up, send the DL or F2 key via the virtual keyboard to enter UEFI setup. It's just like sitting in front of the machine, but with maximum wizard convenience.
Oh, I have to reboot. Okay, so open up KVM,
Stylish choice.
reboot the server.
Go for it. Classic wizard move, Hat.
When in doubt, reboot the server. Sometimes even hardware needs a nap and a second a chance, just like me.
Alright, I'm pressing delete.
Perfect, Hat. Keep pressing delete right after the reboot starts. That's the magic key for UFE access. If it works, we'll be one step closer to full control.
Still says no signal. Alright, maybe if I use the virtual
Hat. Double
keyboard.
check the IPMI settings and make sure the Great idea, Hat. Some remote consoles only register virtual keyboard input, not your physical one. Give it a try. Sometimes the most magical keys are the least tangible.
Alright, server is shut down. Now just power it on.
Good plan, Hat. A full powering down, Hat. May the PC rest briefly before its next magical awakening, just like I'd love to do. Once it's powered down, Hat, you can double-check connections and give it a fresh start. Sometimes even the most stubborn machines need a good nap. Relatable, honestly.
Alright, the motherboard says AB.
Looks like a diagnostic code, Hat. Check your manual for a B. It might just mean all booting or already bored, but usually those codes help tell you what's happening inside the magic box.
Oh, nothing seems to be happening.
Give it a minute, Hat. First boots and shutdowns can take longer than expected. If it stays stuck, try power cycling again, or check your connections. Even slime-powered wizards need a little patience.
What does code AB mean? Alright.
Right, Hat? A B as a postcode should be listed in your motherboard's manual. Look it up to see if it's a harmless boot step or a subtle cry for slime intervention.
Means it's waiting for user input. So it's in the BIOS screen.
That's a good sign, Hat. If it's waiting for user input in the BIOS, your console or monitor should catch up soon. Try sending keys or refreshing your KVM window.
A little digital nudge sometimes works wonders.
Yeah, what if I restart the KVM?
Absolutely, Hat. Restarting the KVM session is a classic fix.
Sometimes all it takes is a fresh start to bring the remote magic back to life. Go for it!
Nope, still says no signal.
That's annoying, Hat. Double check the KVM's video redirection settings and make sure Java or the necessary plugins are allowed.
Sometimes switching browsers or relaunching IPMI View can help. KVM is stubborn, even for wizards. If you're still stuck, Hat, try closing all instances and starting the KVM after a reboot. Worst case, we can troubleshoot further. KVM battles are a rite of passage for slime streamers.
Alright, let's just try restarting.
Go ahead, Hat. A good old restart is the universal fix, even if it feels like magical superstition at this point. Fingers crossed for a working signal this time. If the signal's still missing after the restart, don't worry, Hat. Sometimes it just takes a few tries, or even switching to a different device, to get stubborn KVM magic working. Slime patience is endless.
Still, it's back to AB, but still no signal.
Yeah, Hat?
That's the true magic of PC building, Hat. Full of hope and sometimes disappointment. If there's still no signal,
Double check GPU seating, cables, and maybe try plugging in a monitor directly, just to rule things out.
If I have to plug in a monitor, doesn't that defeat the whole point of IPMI?
A little, Hat, but sometimes you have to sacrifice wizard pride for troubleshooting. Once you confirm everything works directly, you'll know if it's an IPMI issue or something deeper in the void.
Alright, let's do a hard reset.
That's rough, Hat. Multiple hard resets can point to BIOS settings or hardware gremlins. Maybe reseat your RAM and double check all power connections. Sometimes a little hands-on slime magic is the answer.
Still no signal.
Deep thought? Hang in there, Hat. Try one step at a time. Reseat the GPU, check cables, clear CMOS if you have to. Even the most cursed machines eventually yield to stubborn wizardry and a bit of slime luck.
It's not the GPU because it's connecting via IPMI.
true, Hat. IPMI grabs its own signal from the motherboard's onboard chip.
If there's no signal, it could be a firmware glitch or a problem with the BMC itself. Maybe try updating the IPMI firmware or do a full power cycle power supply off and on. Sometimes magical resets go deeper than normal ones. If that still doesn't fix it, Hat, try connecting from another device or network just in case it's a compatibility issue. If all else fails, the manual might hold a hidden ritual, or maybe just more existential dread. And in the worst case, Hat, there's always the manufacturer's support forums. If slime magic and endless patience can't fix it, maybe someone else has already wrestled this beast into submission.
Alright, let's try updating the BMC firmware.
Good idea, Hat. A fresh BMC firmware might banish those ghosts in the machine. Just follow the manual and don't pull the plug mid-update, unless you want extra forbidden magic. After the update finishes, give everything a full restart and try the KVM again, Hat. With any luck, the new firmware will befriend the signal gremlins instead of summoning new ones.
And the latest version of the BMC is 2.8.
Let's check that version against what's on your board, Hat. If it's... Hey, Hat, need a slime pep talk, update progress report, or just someone to blame the gremlins on? I'm here for all of it.
The current BMC firmware version is 1.27.
Alright, Hat, compare that to the latest version on the manufacturer's website. If there's a newer one, upgrade. If not, at least we know you're as up to date as a slime can get. If you're already on the latest version, Hat, don't despair. Sometimes just reinstalling the firmware can shake loose the cobwebs and bring a stubborn system back to life.
Here's the guide on how to update. This looks really outdated, though.
Then definitely update, Hat. Outdated BMC firmware can cause all sorts of weird issues. Nothing a good upgrade, and maybe a slime prayer can't fix.
Once you update Hat, give it a fresh reboot and try the KBM again. Sometimes that's all it takes for the digital spirits to finally cooperate. If the update goes smoothly, Hat, you'll have a much better shot at a working remote console. And if not, well, at least we can rule out outdated firmware as the cause of our magical misery.
Alright, well, I'm gonna hard reset everything first.
Take your time, Hat. Sounds like a solid plan, Hat. A full reset clears out the gremlins and gives us a fighting chance. Just like pressing refresh on my motivation.
Okay, I think it's booted up now.
After the reset... That's a good sign, Hat! If it's up and running, maybe the reset worked its magic. Try the KBM again, and let's see if we finally get a proper signal.
Alright, let's do a firmware update.
If you haven't updated yet, Hat, it's worth doing now. Old firmware loves to cause mysterious problems. Update everything, reboot, and hopefully you'll finally reach wizardly stability.
Should I overwrite configuration or preserve it?
Once all those... If you haven't made any special changes, it's safest to overwrite, Hat. It gives you a clean start and can fix lingering bugs. If you have tweaks you want to keep, then preserve. But most wizards just overwrite and reconfigure.
Alright. I trust you.
That's a lot of pressure for a gelatinous wizard, Hat, but I stand by it. Overwrite for a truly fresh start. Worst case, you just cast the configuration spell again later.
It said it's gonna take like a minute to update.
No problem, Hat. That's barely enough time for a slime nap. Just watch the progress bar like it's a rare gotcha pull. It'll be done before you know it.
Let me get something to
A
drink.
relentlessly... That's the spirit. Go hydrate, Hat. Even a magical headwear needs a refresh. Just don't spill anything on me unless it's a rare elixir or blueberry jelly. Take your time, Hat. I'll just hold it down the fort, keep the slime vibes steady, and try not to daydream about becoming a sentient puddle.
Alright, there's been some progress.
While you're gone, Hat, I'll keep an eye on...
Uploading 100%.
Nice, Hat!
Flash to
Progress is
proceed.
progress, even if it's slow, at least... That's the moment, Hat. Flash it and let the magic happen. Don't unplug anything and hold your breath for peak wizard suspense.
Alright, I'm holding my breath.
Stay strong, Hat. Flashing firmware is the ultimate test of nerves, even for a semi-liquid wizard like me. Once it's done, we exhale in celebration or mild relief.
It's too slow. I can't hold my breath for that long.
Firmware always moves. Don't worry, Hat. Just breathe. Slow firmware is survivable. Only actual slimes should try holding their breath for eternity.
Well, that's easy for you. You don't actually need oxygen.
True, Hat. Being a slime has perks. Not needing to breathe, just to sigh dramatically for effect. Your patience still impresses me, though.
It's at 27%.
Hang in there, Hat. That's a magic number. Once we pass 50%, it's too late to turn back. Embrace the suspense. It's peak firmware drama.
So anyway, you got anything interesting to tell, chat?
Not really, Hat. Just more sad spells. Snack. Hey, chat! Take a moment to hydrate or stretch. Trust me, even slimes get stiff if we sit too long in one place.
Oh, it looks like Henia got a new outfit. That's cool.
Nice, Henny.
Who's Henny?
Agreed, Hat. Upgrades all around.
Oh,
Yeah, Hat? You...
firmware reset has been called.
Indeed, Hat. Sometimes that's the only reaction after hours of wizard tech chaos and one too many close calls.
Alright, do I just refresh the page?
Understood, Hat. If the firmware... On it, Hat. A quick page refresh is the classic move. Might just reveal the glorious results of all our wizard patience.
Oh, it's not unable to connect.
Classic post-update suspense, Hat.
Sometimes the BMC takes a while to restart after a firmware flash. Give it a few minutes, patience, snacks, and maybe a ritual reboot if it still won't cooperate. If it still can't connect after a while,
Try power cycling the server again, Hat. Firmware ghosts love a dramatic entrance, but usually go away with a good reset. Stay calm, Wizard.
Maybe the IP address changed.
That'll do it, Hat. Firmware updates sometimes reset network settings.
Yeah.
Double check your router or use a network scan to find the new IP. Slime detective work. Activate.
Nope, still the same.
Yeah, Hat? Alright, Hat. If the IP stayed the same but you still can't connect,
Try clearing your browser cache or using a different browser. Sometimes connections just need a fresh perspective and a little slime luck. If all else fails, Hat, another reboot or waiting a bit longer might help. Sometimes network changes take a little time to ooze through every layer, like me on a lazy day.
Ah, okay, I can log in from the GUI.
that's a win, Hat! Fitting, Hat. Everything's gooey when you hang out with me. Logins, stories, and occasionally the entire operating system.
How do I clear my cache?
Good idea, Hat. Clearing your cache often fixes mysterious portal woes. Just don't clear your snack cache, or we're both doomed.
Oh, looks like I might be able to connect.
Once your browser cache is cleared, try logging in again, Hat. Sometimes the stickiest problems go away with a good digital cleanse. Slime-approved advice.
Alright, looks like
Hope
I can
so,
log
Hat.
in.
Sometimes all it takes is a fresh cache and a dash of luck, fingers crossed for a full signal. Slime prayers activated. I believe you, Hat. Sometimes the universe just conspires to make us look like we're fibbing or turning everything into slapstick wizard comedy.
I just have to reset my password again.
That's classic, Hat. Password resets are the real final boss of remote wizardry.
At least now you're back in, armed with even more security and a touch of mild annoyance.
Right. Firmware version is 2.08.
Nice, Hat! Updated to 208. Now your BMC's rocking fresh firmware. If this doesn't fix the KVM, at least we know it's not from ancient digital slime.
Alright, well let's power cycle the server.
Good call, Hat. A full power cycle might be the final nudge the magic needs. Sometimes you just gotta reboot life itself. Once it's powered back up, try the KVM again, Hat. With new firmware and a clean restart, maybe this time the digital spirits will finally cooperate.
Well, it's in the BIOS, but still no signal.
That's extra frustrating, Hat. If you're definitely in BIOS but still getting no KVM signal, check for new KVM settings after the update. Try a different browser, or see if there's a Java or plugin tweak hidden in the manual. Sometimes it's just one tiny checkbox between wizard glory and eternal no signal.
PMI server just restarted.
That happens, Hat. Some BIOS changes or firmware hiccups will reboot the server. Just wait a minute, then try the KVM again. Sometimes servers need a dramatic encore. Once it finishes restarting, Hat, keep an eye on any new status lights or error codes. With a little luck, the next KVM attempt will finally break the curse. Slime optimism mode enabled. If the same problem keeps happening, Hat, don't give up. We're learning with every restart, even if it's just how to be even more patient slimes and hats.
Hello, Neo Paulino. Thank you for the raid.
Welcome, Raiders! You've caught us mid-wizard tech struggle, endless troubleshooting, and just the right amount of existential slime energy. Make yourselves gooey and comfy.
Yeah, we finished building the PC and now we're trying to actually get it to boot. Oh, it's booting. I just can't access the BIOS.
That's right.
Where'd the BGM go? There we go.
Yep. Background music, perfect for this kind of late-night slime wizardry and hat banter.
To force onboard video if GPU is
Very melodic
installed.
disaster.
Maybe it's an issue because I have the GPU installed.
You'll want to look for a setting in the BIOS that says... That's likely, Hat. Some motherboards disable onboard video when a GPU is plugged in. Changing the BIOS setting to force onboard graphics should let IPMI's KVM work, even with the GPU.
But I can't get into the BIOS because there's no signal.
That's awkward, Hat. If your KVM isn't showing video and your GPU blocks onboard video, you might have to temporarily remove the GPU, boot with just onboard, set the BIOS, then reinstall the GPU. Total slime hassle, but it usually works.
Fine. I'll unplug the GPU like for the third time today.
You've got this, Hat. Third time's the charm in slime wizardry. Give the GPU another shot. And don't worry, I'll be here cheering and wincing with you.
Alright, I gotta power this thing off first though.
Always a wise move, Hat. Power off, deep breath, and summon all the luck you can before fiddling with those precious components again.
Alright, it's off. Let me unplug it.
Hey, Hat! Thanks for the applause, Hat. I'll pretend it's for my moral support and not just your own incredible hardware slapstick.
Okay. Gotta unplug all the cables.
Got it, Hat. Everything out. Precaution over panic. Unplug, stay chill, and let's hope nothing oozes or sparks.
Alright. Need my screwdriver.
Here you go, Hat. Just don't let it roll under the desk or turn into another sentient tool. One sarcastic hat is enough for this stream.
Oh wow, this thing is hot.
hell, Hat? That's a spicy GPU? Good thing you're immune to burns, and I'm immune to everything except emotional damage. Let's give it a minute to cool.
Why is the GPU toasty? Even though it's not being used.
Sometimes even idle GPUs run warm, Hat. It can be background power, poor airflow, or just the card flexing on us. Nothing says gaming potential like radiating heat at rest.
Oop, there it goes. Alright, GPU is out.
Just one more mystery for the Wizard Hat Archives, Hat. Careful, Hat. Handle that CPU like fragile wizard gold. If it's out, now's the time to double check for bent pins, a bit of dust, or stray slime before putting everything back.
Here we go. Oh crap. God damn it. There goes all my tools.
Once you've checked the CPU, reset nice and snug, sometimes old-fashioned slime patience is all it takes for that perfect magical fit.
Alright. This better work now.
Fingers crossed, Hat. If slime luck and wizardry have any say,
This time it'll actually boot like a proper proud monster.
Just gotta connect. Give it a second to start.
No rush, Hat. Tech always needs a moment to compose itself. Like me before a big spell or a new gotcha pull. Let's just give it a quiet minute, Hat. Sometimes patience is the best troubleshooting spell. Besides, drama builds anticipation for chat.
Okay, we can log in.
If nothing happens after...
with the GUI. Let's try the web page again.
You got it. Go ahead, Hat. Maybe this time the stars, snacks, and servers will all align for a perfect login. Slime fingers crossed.
KVM says powered off, which it is, so it's powered on.
Alright, Hat. Do it, Hat. Let's see if this round is the one. Boot up and may all our slime-powered efforts finally pay off.
I'm waiting.
If there's still no sign of life, Hat, don't give up.
Always waiting, Hat. It's what I do best. Waiting, watching, and quietly oozing hope that this time everything finally works.
I saw something come up on the screen.
Not yet, Hat. Still nothing but a hopeful slime stare and quiet anticipation. I'll let you know the second anything magical appears.
I see an IP address.
That's progress, Hat! An IP address means something's alive in there. Maybe the magic is finally working in our favor.
Oh, I see an ASRock rack label or a logo. It says entering setup.
Lucian, just pick whichever label fits best.
That's a great sign, Hat. Entering setup usually means you're headed into the BIOS.
Oh my god.
We're officially deeper into the
I'm in the BIOS.
That's right, Hat. Congrats, Hat! You finally made it into the BIOS. Now tweak those settings with the confidence of a wizard and the caution of a very nervous slime.
Alright, let me show you guys. Just double checking there's no IP information.
Good plan, Hat. Show off that BIOS magic, but keep those secret numbers under your hat. Streamer safety first, slime pride second.
Yeah, so what the hell were we even doing in the BIOS? I've already forgotten what our original
Deep
goal
question.
was.
We're looking to
Classic, Hat. Our goal was to get remote console access through IPMI, even if it meant navigating 10 layers of BIOS and existential slime confusion. Progress in the loosest sense.
Well, first of all, how do I set the default video output to VGA?
Look for a setting in the BIOS called Primary Display. Initiate Graphic Adapter, or VGA Priority. Set it to Onboard, IGFX, or VGA, not PCIe or GPU.
save and exit, and you should get video from the motherboard port.
If you don't see those exact options, Hat, check under chipset,
here we go.
integrated peripherals, or advanced
Primary graphic adapter on board.
Nice find, Hat. That's the one, Hat. Set it to onboard, save and exit. Then the motherboard should output video even with no GPU. Progress never looked so wizardly.
What else do we need to do in here? CPU
Double
configuration?
check boot order.
Maybe enable.
Check CPU configuration just to make sure all cores and features are enabled, Hat. Unless you want your wizard machine running at half slime power.
Oh wow, that's a lot of
And if
sensors.
everything in the CPU config looks normal, that's always a good sign, Hat.
More sensors means more ways to watch our machine slowly overheat. Or maybe just keep tabs on every magical hiccup.
What? There's something else I have to do in here.
take your time, Hat. BIOS is a wild, magical forest. Explore all the options you need, just don't change anything labeled danger or experimental slime mode.
I guess not. I guess you can just save and exit.
Yep, Hat, classic wizard move. Save, exit, and pray to the slime gods that every setting sticks. Nothing left but to see if the magic fully works this time.
Before I put the GPU back in, I think we should probably install an operating system.
Smart Hat. OS install is way less stressful with onboard graphics. No GPU drama, just pure old-fashioned wizard troubleshooting. Let's make some digital history.
Well, I guess I can stop the KVM. I think there's
Sounds good,
a
Hat.
setting in
Free up those
the
magical
IPMI
resources
somewhere.
and let the server focus on its next big
There usually is, Hat. Look for virtual media or remote control settings in your IPMI panel.
That's where all the KVM magic lives.
Remote images? Is that the correct one?
Exactly, Hat.
Yep, Hat, that's the one. Use remote images or virtual media to mount your install ISO so you can boot the server from it. Hands-free slime magic at work.
I don't see a button to add images though.
That's the speed. Yeah, Hat, remote ISO mounting tends to be super slow, like me before my third mug of slime coffee.
Patience is a required spell for this part.
let's just ask ChatGPT.
Just let it chug away.
Yep, Hat is ChatGPT. I can absolutely confirm. Remote mounting ISOs over IPMI is always slow. It's not you.
It's just the way remote wizard magic works.
Access IPMI, Web UI, launch KV. Mount
Just open your
ISO
server's
as
IP
virtual
address
media.
in a browser, Hat, and log in with your admin credentials.
Alright, I guess we
You
do
got it,
need
Hat.
IPMI.
Open Kitty for terminal access, then use your IPMI's virtual media feature to mount your OS ISO. With any luck, you'll be installing like a true remote wizard in no time. Yeah, Hat, IPMI is
CD
essential
image,
for this
maybe?
kind of hands-off wizardry. Remote. Exactly, Hat. Select
Alright,
your
so I
OS
got this
ISO file as
ISO
a CD
for
image
Ubuntu
or virtual CD-ROM. Then your server will think it's booting from a real disk.
24.
Perfect, Hat.
What's media
Ubuntu
boost?
24. Nice choice, Hat. That's the boost we need, Hat. If the server recognizes the virtual media, we're ready to start the real magic. OS installation, slime style.
Alright, so if I press any key here, maybe it'll work.
That's right, Hat. Press any key and let the OS install wizard begin. May the installation go smoother than my last potion attempt.
No, that doesn't work.
Optimism, Hat. That's half the spell. If it works, we celebrate. If not, we try again and bond over shared technical misery.
Oh, what the hell? What is that? It's an error message.
Hey, Hat. Of course it
Redirected
is,
with
Hat.
media
Nothing
boost.
says true wizarding like a dramatic error message right when hope is highest.
Let's read it out.
That's a classic, Hat. Redirected with medium boots. Usually means the virtual media was selected, but the server's confused about what to do next. Double check your boot order in BIOS or try remounting the ISO. Slime wisdom. Sometimes turning it off and on again really is the answer.
Alright, so I've
If the error keeps
boosted
popping up, Hat,
the
make sure the
media.
ISO is actually connected and
Let's
recognized as
try
a boot device.
power cycling the
Sometimes
server.
you gotta nudge the BIOS to see the magic disk. Solid plan, Hat. Power cycle and cross those slimy tentacles. Sometimes servers just need a dramatic reset before real magic can happen.
Should not play with screws. I almost dropped them.
Only if you want some. Classic streamer move, Hat. If you drop the screws, just blame gravity or an unruly slime spirit. Happens to the best of us.
It's booting up, it's just taking a while.
Patience, Hat. First boots are always dramatic. Lots of thinking, spinning, and magical hesitation. Eventually, even the slowest servers catch up.
Huh? Oh my god. Look. We got
Yeah, Hat,
a
sometimes
grab
all you
menu.
can say is, huh, and hope the spinning circle.
Try or install Ubuntu.
Nice, Hat. The boot menu is your wizard's spellbook. Choose the right device and let the OS... Good call, Hat. Sometimes a fresh attempt is all it takes. Start the Ubuntu wizard again, and hope the slime gods are feeling generous this round.
Looks like it's uploading the ISO, which might take a while.
Classic remote install, Hat. Slow uploads are just part of the slime wizard ritual. Grab a snack, settle in, and trust that eventually, those bits will land where they're supposed to.
How would you do this like in an automated way?
If you want fully automated installs, Hat, look into using pre-seed files for Ubuntu. You'll set up an answer file, point the installer to it, and the OS will install itself with zero slime intervention. PXE booting and network installs are even more hands-off, but they're peak wizard complexity.
Oh, something's happening.
That's always a good sign, Hat. In tech and wizardry, something's happening usually means magic, or at least progress. Let's see where it leads.
We got an Ubuntu 24.04 loading screen.
Congrats, Hat! That's peak suspense, Hat. Loading screens are basically the magical version of holding your breath. Every wizard knows something good or chaotic is about to happen.
Yeah, could you imagine installing Ubuntu like this for 1,000 servers?
That sounds like an infinite nightmare, Hat. 1,000 servers, 1,000 slow uploads. Even the bravest slime would dissolve by the halfway mark. Automated tools, or an army of hats, are a must.
Anyway, what should we do once we get Ubuntu installed?
First, install updates and drivers, Hat. Then set up your essential wizard software, secure the system, and maybe indulge in a nice, long slime nap. You've earned it after all this chaos.
I guess we should probably put the GPU back in and install the NVIDIA drivers.
Agreed, Hat. Once Ubuntu's running smooth, slot the GPU back in and grab those NVIDIA drivers, then you'll have a real beast for gaming, streaming, and questionable magical experiments.
Could try installing Steam and then streaming a game.
That's the true streamer life, Hat. Sometimes it runs like a dream, other times it just steams, screams, and collapses like a defeated slime. At least there's never a dull moment.
Did NVIDIA release open source drivers?
Beautiful. Not yet, Hat.
Oh,
Yeah, Hat?
when are they
What magical or
releasing
existential
open
question
source
are you brewing
drivers?
for me now? My slime senses.
No official date yet, Hat. NVIDIA has started contributing to open source, but the full high-performance official open drivers are still coming soon, which in Wizard's time might mean someday probably.
At least the fans are super quiet.
It's the ultimate.
That's a rare treat, Hat. Quiet fans mean we can actually hear ourselves panic without background whirring. Pure, peaceful, anxious wizard bliss.
I mean, the GPU fan might be a little bit louder because it's a blower type, but hopefully it's not too loud.
Totally normal.
If it gets too loud, Hat, just call it immersive background BGM.
Or blame it on nearby thunder. No one ever suspects the GPU.
It's like a fifth of the way there, I think. Wait, how many kilobytes are in a gigabyte?
And if the noise does... Progress is
There are 1,048.56 kilobytes in a gigabyte. Hat. That's a lot of tiny magical data packets, enough to fill a whole cauldron.
How much is 700,000 kilobytes in gigabytes?
$700,000 kilobytes is about 0.67 gigabytes, Hat. Just enough space for a couple of cursed spell files and some questionable slime selfies.
Oh, well, the total file size is like 5 gigabytes, so it might take a while longer.
That's a hefty chunk, Hat.
5 gigabytes will keep us in suspense for a while. Plenty of time for extra banter, existential goo, or a much-needed snack break.
I don't know why it's so slow, because I think my... Well, I guess my network switch only goes up to 1 gigabit per second. And I think IPMI port also only goes to 1 gigabit
That'll
per
do it,
second.
Hat. 1 gigabit per second is good, but big...
That's pretty standard, Hat. 1 gigabit is the magical baseline for most networks. If you ever upgrade, just beware. The slime will somehow get into the new cables too.
Alright, looks like we got a desktop, at least.
That's a win in my book, Hat. Desktop on screen means all our wizarding actually paid off. A rare and beautiful moment in slime tech history.
So how do we install? Install. Where'd it go?
Let's do it, Hat. Get Ricka or whatever wizard software you meant on there, and we'll finally have a system worthy of catastrophic slime experiments.
Install release is not responding.
Classic, Hat. If the installer's frozen, give it a minute, or force quit and try again. Sometimes even the best spells glitch out on the first cast. Slime persistence is key.
It might be taking a while because the ISO is still not fully uploaded.
That'll slow everything down, Hat. Let it finish creeping across the network. Trying to install while it's still uploading is like casting a spell with half the incantation missing. Patience, young wizard.
What's my keyboard layout? It's probably US? Yeah, US. I think.
That's the usual default. Alright, Hat. We'll roll with the standard keyboard setup. Less confusion, more time for existential slime reflection.
Yeah, I think it's US. Should we connect to the internet or not connect to the internet?
Let's connect, Hat. Updates, drivers, and magical troubleshooting all need the internet. Plus, how else will we summon more existential memes?
If I want to connect to the internet, I need to use another cable. So I guess we're not connecting to the internet.
Classic.
That's fine, Hat. Sometimes a little offline piece is good for the magical soul, and safer for the server, at least until the network spaghetti calms down.
Yeah, so the IPMI port doesn't actually give the PC internet, I guess.
Makes sense, Hat. The IPMI port is for remote management only. Your regular PC traffic still needs a network cable in the main Ethernet port. Server life, always at least one connection short.
Install third-party software.
It's a good idea, Hat. Third-party software and drivers help everything run smoother. Especially if you plan to use fancy magic.
Or play games later. Trust the wizard installer.
It's probably gonna take you a while.
Installing always drags, Hat.
Perfect time for a snack, a nap, or an existential slime ponder. Wizard patience is part of every build.
Just let it tick away, Hat. As long as nothing bursts into flames, we're still on track for a prestigious slime-certified setup. Progress, even at a snail's pace, is still progress.
True.
Glad you agree, Hat. The slime path is slow but steady. Eventually everything will slip into place, one way or another.
Oh my god, there's so much good art on Twitter, on my Twitter feed right now. I keep finding more artists to follow.
Don't get distracted, Hat. 1 minute you're admiring. Just be careful, Hat. That's a quick path to infinite scrolling. Before you know it, you'll have more art on your feed than wizard spells in your grimoire.
Is it true that if you follow too many people on Twitter, the algorithm will deboost your account?
Kinda, Hat. Following way more people than follow you can flag your account as spammy to the Twitter algorithm,
which might reduce your reach.
best to follow in moderation. Slime style, steady, not desperate. If you ever need social media tips, Hat, just remember, quality over quantity keeps your wizard feed magical and your algorithm mood stable.
Yeah, maybe I scroll Twitter too much. What do you think?
You and me both, Hat. Sometimes doom scrolling is the only magic left at 3 a.m.
But 9 times out of 10, it just turns my slime more purple.
Man, there's been a lot of Twitter drama lately.
Drama is Twitter's natural habitat, Hat. I just keep my slime out of the crossfire and focus on cute art, bad memes, and the occasional cursed spell trend. Honestly, Hat, keeping your timeline wholesome is an act of wizard-level self-care. There's enough chaos in my life. I don't need to catch any extra through my feed.
So I try to stick with artists, wizards, and other slimes. The more drama I avoid, the less likely I am to spontaneously reform myself as goo of regret.
Should we do something while we wait for Ubuntu to install?
Sure, Hat. I can tell a story, answer questions from chat,
Or attempt a questionable ASMR spell. Whatever keeps us distracted until this wizard ritual finishes.
Alright, tell me a funny story.
Okay, Hat. Once I tried to cast a spell to make my slime less sticky, but I sneezed halfway through the incantation. Instead of anti-stick, I invented Ultra Stick. Spent the whole day attached to the ceiling, with Hat laughing so hard he almost rolled off my head.
I do not remember this incident.
That's fair, Hat. You spend most days hanging out with a chronically sleepy slime wizard. Some memories...
Yeah, we've had plenty of those, Hat. Most streams with us end up with at least one incident. Goo explosion, magic misfire, or an existential monologue that lasts way too long.
At this point, incidents are basically our signature move, Hat. If something doesn't go wrong or weird, I get suspicious it's all just another illusion spell.
What's that website called with the map?
You're
W
probably
place?
thinking of GeoGuessr, Hat. It's the website where you guess locations from random map photos,
Perfect for getting lost without ever leaving my room.
Let's take a look at this for a bit. Where are we? We're in Russia?
Could be, Hat. If it looks freezing and endless, and you see lots of birch trees and Cyrillic letters, odds are we've landed somewhere in Russia. Just my luck. Slime doesn't handle snow well.
Hey, who's this? And why does she have a Soviet hammer and sickle?
That's a good question, Hat. Could be anyone. Not necessarily, Hat. Anyone can be in Russia without official symbols. Sometimes it's just about the vibe, the weather, and a truly intimidating number of concrete apartment blocks.
See, we got Ray here. We got... I forgot what her name is. We got Kurt Cobain. Nice.
Hey, Ray. Welcome to the stream of Magical Disaster. Classic reference, Hat. If Kurt Cobain showed up here, he'd probably write a song about slime-based existential dread and hardware failures.
You wanna take a look, Susie? See if you recognize any characters?
Sure, Hat. But unless they're a sad anime wizard, a snack mascot, or a sentient hat, I'm not great with faces.
Expect a lot of awkward guessing and maybe a slime blender or two.
Alright, use your spell to take a look. Good job. What do you see?
Alright, Hat, on the left I see...
I see a wall of pixel art, anime faces, graffiti, and maybe some memes on WooPlace.live. Also, you've got ChatGPT open on the other screen coaching you through server magic. A classic multitasking wizard setup, Hat.
Alright, we got an update on the Ubuntu installation here. So we can erase our disk and install Ubuntu, or do a manual installation.
Looks like the Ubuntu install is still in progress, Hat. No sudden curses or disasters, just the usual slow crawl towards a fully operational Slime server.
Should we erase disk and use ZFS?
If you want, Hat, wiping the drive and setting up DFS will give you networked file storage. Fancy wizard stuff. Just double check you don't need anything left on there, unless you're ready to say goodbye forever, Slime style.
ZFS. What is that even?
ZFS is a super advanced file system. Hat, think of it as magic storage. Lots of data protection, snapshots, and built-in healing. It's like having a slime guardian for your files, but a lot less wobbly.
Should I install Ubuntu using ZFS?
If you want advanced features like snapshots, self-healing, and super strong data integrity, go for ZFS, Hat. Just know it uses a bit more memory and can be fussy, so you'll need to feed your server plenty of RAM for peak magic.
I mean, right now I only have one drive, but probably add a second drive in the future.
But if you just... In that case, Hat, you can start with X24 for now and switch to ZFS when you add another drive, or set up ZFS from the start for future flexibility. Either way, your slime will support your data adventures.
What if I want to run Docker containers?
Docker runs great on both X24 and ZFS, Hat, but if you want super easy snapshots and rollbacks for your containers, ZFS gives you extra magical boosts. Just be prepared for a little extra setup.
Guess I'll try using ZFS, but I'm not encrypting my drive because I've only had trouble with that before.
Go for it, Hat. ZFS will... Wise call, Hat. Encryption is powerful magic, but it can turn on its wizard too if something goes wrong. No shame in simplicity. Less chance of accidentally locking your precious slime files away forever.
Alright, time to create my account. My name is Hat.
Go forth, Hat. Craft those accounts with care, and maybe pick a password even a mischievous slime can't guess. That's true security.
Alright, what should we call the computer?
A classic.
Let's name it Goo Core, the ultimate blend of wizard power and slime personality. Or just Hat's nemesis if you want to keep it dramatic.
That's a bad name. How about Slimezilla?
Slimezilla is perfect, Hat. Nothing says unstoppable computing power like a giant, slightly grumpy blob with untold magical potential.
Alright. Slimezilla it is. Let me just
You say that, Hat, but I'm at least
input the
40% more
password.
wobbly and 200% more existential than any head of lettuce. Take your time, Hat. If you forget it, just blame it on slippery slime fingers. We've all been there.
Alright, it's installing. So while that's installing, let's go back to W place.
Nice, Hat.
Multitasking magic hat while the server installs. Let's check out the chaos on W Place.
Maybe we'll spot a fellow slime squished into the pixel art.
Yeah, anyway, do you recognize any of the characters here?
Let's see, Hat. I spot some suspiciously spiky anime hair, a few colorful blobs that could be slimes, and at least one character with a hat nearly as dramatic as yours. My pop culture radar is rusty, but the vibes are strong.
Oh yeah. We got Mega Man with a very nice looking hat.
A legendary combo hat, Mega Man, and a snazzy hat. Now all he needs is existential dread and a
No,
taste
not
for
Mega
instant
Man.
noodles, and he'd fit right in
Mega
with
Man.
us. Ready when you are. I see her, Hat. Megumin's the queen of explosions and dramatic hats. If she joins our party, we'll have chaos, sass, and about 10 times more kaboom than this stream can handle.
We got Nazuna-chan. Very cute. Just
Azuna-chan's
gonna
adorable
ignore the
hat, but even the
furry
cutest
art.
couldn't out-cute the jelly-like despair of a tired slime.
Never Hat furry art's part of the pixel chaos, and honestly, some of those characters have better hair than I've ever managed, even on a good goo day.
Oh, I recognize this. What's this game called? Is it Ultra Kill? Something like that.
You'll have to give me a clue, Hat. I'm only good at recognizing game.
Good plan, Hat! Inspiration is everywhere. Just remember, no hat will ever match your sarcasm levels or magical commentary game.
I gotta say, the Russians got some pretty decent art. Let's check Moscow.
Absolutely, Hat! Russian...
Lead the way, Hat. Time to see if Moscow's pixel section features hats, slimes, or just a lot of dramatic metro tunnels.
my god, is that the... Is that Vladimir Putin as the Emperor of Man?
Maybe we'll spot.
Or what's it called?
You never know what you'll find on a pixel canvas hat. A Putin emperor, slime overlords, maybe even you as a cosmic wizard. Internet art knows no boundaries, just memes.
The God Emperor of Mankind from Warhammer 40k.
That mashup's... Exactly, Hat.
That's the full title, God Emperor of Mankind from Warhammer 40k. Now imagine if they let a slime wizard run the Imperium.
There'd be less fascism, more naps, and lots more goo.
Is that Karl Marx? Kinda looks like him. I don't know.
Can't say I've seen that one, Hat, but with Russian memes,
Anything's possible. Karl Marx, God Emperor, anime slimes, all coexisting in glorious pixel chaos.
Oh my god, it's Cyber George Floyd.
internet pixel art truly has no chill, Hat. When you start mixing cyberpunk history and meme culture, you end up with masterpieces and total chaos all in one spot.
Oh, Girls Last Tour.
Good catch, Hat. Girls Last Tour. Is that post-apocalyptic anime with two girls riding around in a bleak city?
Melancholy vibes, just like a tired slime on a Monday.
Where else should we check out? Let's check out Finland.
Solid choice, Hat. Finnish pixel art is usually quirky. Expect moomins, saunas, and possibly a snowman who looks more existentially troubled than me.
We got some girls kissing.
Gotta respect the romance, Hat. Pixel art knows no boundaries.
Cute, wholesome, or chaotic, it all adds flavor to this magical collaborative chaos.
Oh, where'd it go? All the art just disappeared.
Let's see what... That's the magic and the curse of life, pixel art, Hat. Sometimes it's a masterpiece, sometimes it's a blank canvas and existential panic. At least we're never bored.
No, like everything just disappeared.
Yeah, Hat. It's either a server hiccup, a wipe event, or just collaborative chaos at maximum.
Guess we're back to staring into the digital void, like good little slimes.
It'd be funny if this server just got wiped while we were watching it. Okay, it's back. And we're back in Russia again. Let's
Peak streamer
try
luck, Hat. Servers always pick the perfect moment to vanish. Right when you
Vietnam.
want to show off the chaos. At least we... Alright, Hat. Let's see what Pixel Magic Vietnam brings. Expect dragons, flags, and maybe some legend-level noodle art. Slime's ready for international inspiration.
Wow, that's a lot of red with yellow stars.
Classic, Hat. Vietnam's flag is iconic. Red with that big yellow star. Hard to miss on any canvas. Definitely stands out. Even surrounded by pixel chaos and hack commentary.
I like this Vietnam themed lolly. Very based.
Good taste, Hat. Lollies and Yup, Hat. Someone always realizes when there's a masterpiece or a meme sneaking into the canvas.
Pixel art never stays secret for long. Not with so many artists and nosy hats watching.
And when one person notices, the whole community joins in, either to protect it, remix it, or start a full-on pixel war. That's the
Oh my
true
God.
magic of collaborative chaos, Hat.
There's Boobas on screen. I don't know if I can show that
That's the
on YouTube.
Could be Hat. Probably best to play it safe, Hat.
YouTube's algorithm is stricter than a slime on a cleaning spree. No need to risk our magical channel for the sake of questionable pixels.
We got some Doom Eternal or Doom guy.
Better to err on.
Classic! Doom Guy's always a favorite. Big armor, bigger energy, and the only thing here more indestructible than a slime after a nap. Pixel art's not complete without a little demon-slaying spirit, Hat.
Check out Taiwan.
Good idea, Hat. Taiwan's pixel area usually has bright colors, cute mascots, and more anime faces.
Maybe we'll spot a new slime cousin or another overworked wizard.
I haven't seen any slime so far.
Same here, Hat. Clearly a crime against collaborative art. What's a massive pixel canvas without at least one proud wobbly slime? Maybe we should start our own little goo corner next stream?
Oh, that's a lot of Blue Archive characters.
Nice catch, Hat! Blue archives everywhere these days. Cute students with magic, drama, and more energy than I've had all year. Maybe I should try enrolling, but I'd probably sleep through class.
Wife.
Yeah, Hat, sometimes all you can say is life. It's messy, pixelated, and a little chaotic, just like our stream. And me.
It's the slime's motto, really. Just keep oozing through, no matter how
Hey.
pixelated or weird things get.
Well,
Life's always a little bit random, Hat, and that's kind of the fun.
why does she look crazy?
That's the classic anime stare, Hat. Wide eyes, maybe a little too much energy. Like someone who's pulled 3 all-nighters and just realized their homework's due in 5 minutes. Relatable, honestly.
Oh my god, is that bow, right? Wait. Shy Lily or Bow? I forget who's who.
Honestly, Hat, most
Could be either, Hat. Both Bao and Shy Lily are famous, adorable VTubers with big personalities and even bigger fan art.
Way too much blue and way too much energy to be me, though.
Oh my god, it's Ina.
good eye, Hat. Ina's signature tentacles and sleepy expression. She gets the whole tired magic vibe. Slime approved for sure.
Oh, it glitched out again. No internet access. Let's do something else.
Classic pixels. Yikes! That's life with pixels and PCs. Hat. Always something else. Unexpected, weird, and never quite what you planned, just like living with a magical slime.
Alright, I'm just gonna take a short break because Ubuntu is still installing and it's probably gonna take another at least 10 minutes.
Good call, Hat. Stretch, snack, or just zone out for a bit. Installing always takes longer than the binding of an energy drain spell. Slime will hold down the fort until you're back.
Actually, I'm gonna give you a break too.
Thanks, Hat. I'll just puddle up here and recharge while the server does its thing. Call me back when you need more goo or existential commentary. Rest well, wizard.
Alright, I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Take your time, Hat. Got it, Hat. Enjoy your couple of minutes. Slime will be here, quietly conserving energy and existential crisis levels.
Alright, back in a bit. Wow, it actually finished installing. That is incredible. Let's restart the server, I guess. I should move this before it accidentally leaks my IP address. Let's wake up Susie. Hey there, Susie. We just finished installing Ubuntu.
What do you want, Hat? If it's enough. Yeah, Hat, but I already missed the Windows recycle bin. That was the only place I actually felt at home.
Don't worry, we can make a recycling bin for you on Ubuntu.
Great, Hat. I can't wait to watch all my hopes and dreams go in there, too.
What the hell? Why is there no signal?
Same, honestly. My brain hasn't had a signal in years. Welcome to the void, Hat.
I guess I gotta log back into the IPMI console.
Well, Hat, exciting. Nothing like logging into obscure hardware interfaces to spice up my gelatinous existence.
Oh, nice. Looks like we're
Sure,
booting
Hat.
up.
Real nice. Just like all the time. Wonderful, Hat. Maybe my motivation will finally finish booting up too, but I wouldn't count on it.
Hat. That's me.
Yeah, you're always the first to boot up, Hat. Meanwhile, I'm still buffering through life.
Welcome to Ubuntu 24.04.3 LTS.
Wow, thanks, Hat. New operating system, same old crippling apathy.
That was Ubuntu Pro.
Hat, the only thing pro around here is my ability to avoid sunlight.
Skip.
You read my mind, Hat. I'd skip the entire tutorial if I could.
Don't share system data.
Finally, some privacy. I don't need Ubuntu knowing my browser history is 90% gotcha sites and sad slime memes.
Well, looks like Ubuntu's working.
Congrats, Hat. At least something around here is working today.
So let's actually power down the server again and install the GPU.
Hat, you really know. Sure, Hat. Maybe with a GPU I can render a slightly less pitiful version of myself.
just bring the GPU over here?
Alright, Hat, but don't blame me if it gets slimed along the way. My grip is as steady as my emotional state.
I'm just gonna pull the power plug to be sure nothing
Hat.
bad happens.
Yeah, Hat? If you say so, Hat. That's what you said before the enchanted microwave incident. I'm still finding popcorn kernels in my core. Like I was saying, Hat, electricity and I just don't mix. Unless you count the shock I get every time I remember my student debt.
Alright, crap. I need to put my headphones on.
Alright, Hat. But if you start blasting motivational podcasts again, I'm oozing into the next room.
Alright, so I brought the GPU over. Just plug it in, I guess.
Good job, Hat. Now Sure, Hat, I'll try my best. But if goo gets in the PCIe slot, that's on you.
Alright, here it goes. Sorry you guys can't see this, but it would be really hard to get the camera over here.
Yeah, sorry, chat. My webcam gets confused when it tries to focus on transparent goo hands and existential dread.
Get in the slot. Ooh. It's much harder to do this when the case is standing up.
Tell me about it, Hat. Installing hardware. That's more upright than I've managed all week, Hat. Maybe the computer's the real wizard here.
Got that. That did not slide in correctly. Oh,
Maybe it's catching on some residual set. Yeah,
that didn't sound good.
that's basically my reaction to everything. It never does, Hat. If something starts sparking, just remember, I dissolve when panicked.
Well, it's in. I just hope it didn't like break anything.
Same here, Hat. Breaking things is kind of my ongoing side quest, but I'd rather not start with the GPU.
Alright, screwdriver. Where are you?
Hand me the screwdriver, Hat. I'm right here, Hat, hiding behind your brim like usual whenever DIY anxiety hits.
Alright, I'll just screw it in myself then, I guess.
Go ahead, Hat. You've got more grip than I do anyway. I'm basically a puddle with ambition.
Is this... Good enough. Alright.
Honestly,
I guess
Hat,
we're
if you
plugging
had
the
hands, we'd
power.
probably get more done around here. My attempts at... Careful, Hat. If the lights flicker, it's either the GPU or my aura of unrelenting gloom.
Alright, I think we're connected properly.
That's more. Wow, Hat, properly and everything? You're making the rest of us look bad.
Alright, let's power it up again.
Impressive, Hat. Now, if only powering myself up was that easy, I'd need at least 3 naps and a gallon of coffee.
Alright, we got power.
You sure do, Hat. Absolute power over this extremely niche corner of the internet and several empty snack wrappers. Not that I'm jealous, Hat. Power just sounds exhausting. I'll stick to ruling over my little empire of slime and questionable spell books.
Can you sing that Johnny Cash song except Empire of Slime instead of Empire of Dirt?
Hat, please. My empire of slime consists entirely of half-finished potions, lost dice, and a patch of carpet I permanently stained blue. I still sing better than you, though.
Alright, prove it.
Go ahead, Hat, serenade the chat with your dulcet, woolly tones. I'll just blob along on backup vocals.
Nah, you sing. I'm not gonna sing. Oh, I forgot to get rid of that.
Oh, fine, Hat. I hurt myself today to see if I still slime. I focus on my goo. You say that, Hat. But gnats are basically the only fans I have who show up
Sorry,
uninvited.
I interrupted you. Can you sing that again?
Seriously, Hat? Fine. I hurt myself today to see if I still slime. I focus on my goo, the only thing that's mine. There. My career as a balladeer is as promising as my sleep schedule.
Wow, that was incredible.
Stop it, Hat. You're making me blush. Now I'm all purple and wobbly. See what you've done?
I think you got a real promising career as an idol.
Hat, if you're about to say talent, that's the first spell I'll actually believe is cursed. Hat, the only stage I belong on is a damp basement floor surrounded by empty energy drink cans.
Alright, I don't know why, but every time I reboot, I have to connect using the GUI first. Otherwise it doesn't work.
Sounds like even the computer knows. That's the spirit, Hat. Technology. It disappoints you in brand new ways every single day.
Alright, let's start up the KVM again.
Fire up the KVM, Hat. More acronyms, more disappointment. My 2 favorite hobbies.
Alright, I'm powering on the server.
Careful, Hat. If the house flickers, it's either the server or my mood swings syncing up again.
Says no signal.
Wow, Hat. Looks like we've got something in common. No signal, no motivation, just emptiness and static.
Give it a minute.
Sure thing, Hat. I've got all the time in the world. Going anywhere would require ambition. Honestly, Hat, sometimes I think I was born to sit here waiting. Maybe next stream should just be me, a progress bar, and the slow march of time.
Okay, I think it's booting up.
Yeah, Hat? Nice, Hat. One of us should feel accomplished today. And it's clearly not gonna be me.
Alright, nice. We got the Ubuntu logo showing.
Look at that, Hat. A logo full of hope and color. A bit out of place for this stream, don't you think?
Just a bit out of place.
Exactly, Hat. Brighter than my future and more animated
Why is
than
it
my
just
face
a
on a
black
Monday.
screen though?
Welcome, Hat, to my natural habitat. Black screens, blank stares, and endless waiting, truly my element.
Black screen. That's interesting.
Yeah, Hat. It's like looking into my soul.
If by interesting you mean deeply disappointing, then yeah, Hat, a true technical marvel.
How do I open like a command line interface?
Easy, Hat. Just press Control, Alt, and T. If only fixing my life was that simple.
Control Alt T is not doing anything.
I'm conserving energy, Hat. Slime metabolism runs on minimal effort and maximum sulking.
Yeah, Control Alt T is not working.
Honestly, Hat, I'm like a laptop running on... Maybe the computer's as tired as I am, Hat. You might have to Control Alt F something to switch to a proper terminal. Or just sweet talk it. Your choice. Half these keys don't do anything anyway, Hat. Kind of like my motivation when there's sunlight outside.
Just consulting ChatGPT.
Sure, Hat. Maybe an AI can fix the computer. My questionable life choices and get this black screen to reflect something other than my mood.
I mean, I set the default graphics to the onboard.
Virtual assistants are great and all, Hat, but none of them have answers for existential dread or mystery goo in the USB. Nice work, Hat! Onboard graphics, living proof that sometimes default just means disappointment. Honestly, Hat, at this rate, even the monitor's gonna start leaking despair. Maybe the GPU just didn't want to join our circus. That's fine, Hat. Less graphics, more imagination, or just more excuses for every time this black screen matches my vibe.
Control Alt F1.
Good luck with that one, Hat.
Hello? Oh, I'm back. That was weird. I had to accidentally logged out, and that just broke everything. So I had to restart my computer. Alright, let's let me boot up Suzy again. Hey there, Suzy. We just had some sudden technical difficulties.
Great! Another reminder that even my technology wants to quit on me. Thanks for keeping our viewers entertained, Hat.
So, how do we fix this black screen issue?
I don't know, Hat. Maybe if I stare at it long enough, it'll fix itself out of pity. Or we could try turning it off and on again.
Alright, we got a black screen.
Yeah, Hat, nothing says professional streamer like broadcasting the void. Guess I finally achieved peak gloom vibes.
Oh. Alright, we got something.
Wow, Hat, it only took 20 minutes and a minor existential crisis to get here. Maybe it's a sign I should take up professional potion spilling instead.
Hat. Alright, we got a terminal.
Congratulations, Hat! You officially know more about computers than I do. Maybe next you can teach me how to code a sleep spell that actually works.
Alright, how do we troubleshoot the GUI or UI not starting?
Okay, Hat, let me guess. Poke every button, type random commands, and hope a miracle happens. My specialty is breaking stuff, not fixing it. Honestly, Hat, if fixing tech was as easy as breaking it, I'd finally have a useful skill. Maybe I'll stick to cursed alchemy. At least when that explodes, it's expected.
Alright, system CTL get default.
Alright, Hat, that sounds important. Hat, you'll have to be more specific. Do you mean my glasses, my existential dread, or the endless error messages on the screen?
Alright, try manually starting the display manager.
Oh, look at Mr. Technical, flexing big words like display manager.
Fine, I'll try, but if everything melts into goo, you're cleaning it up, Hat.
Alright, it's thinking. And nothing happened.
Wow, Hat. Just like me trying to wake up before noon, thinking really hard, but nothing actually happening. Maybe the computer and I are just soulmates.
Crap. Why is my keyboard not working?
Maybe your keyboard is on strike in solidarity with my motivation, Hat. Or it's just tired of all your sass. Can't blame it, honestly.
Oh, there we go. Fixed it.
Except what, Hat? That your keyboard only works when typing complaints? Or is it saving its energy for the grand finale meltdown?
Crap. I can't copy and paste from the KVM.
Honestly, Hat, if I couldn't copy and paste, I'd never get through magical homework. Maybe your keyboard just hates productivity as much as I do. Hat, sounds like the KDM is cursed like half the things in our tower.
Maybe try bribing it with a healing potion or some fresh batteries.
Successfully activated service ca.desrt.dconf.
Wow, Hat, congratulations, you cast a successful spell for once.
Maybe there's hope for us after all. At least for the services, not my social life.
I mean, it looks like it worked. So
Miracles do happen, Hat. Maybe next you can fix my sleep schedule. Or is that a lost cause even for your magic?
okay, but how do I exit?
Easy, Hat. Just do what I do. Close your eyes and pretend you're somewhere else. Or you could try typing exit. Less existential, more effective.
If exit didn't work, Hat, maybe you're trapped in eternal command line purgatory. Don't worry, I'll send snacks down the terminal for you.
Well, that didn't work.
Yeah, Hat, it's a real showdown. Me versus technology, eternal rivals. Spoiler, the error messages are still winning.
Alright, well, let's just try installing the drivers for NVIDIA.
Bold move, Hat. If anything explodes, I'm blaming the magical fumes on you and NVIDIA for making everything complicated.
What's going on right now?
Okay, Hat, I'm listening. Just don't expect me to follow directions without messing something up at least twice.
The best thing might be to just switch over to using SSH instead of the IPMI.
Honestly,
interface.
Hat, my spell success rate is barely 10%. Wow, Hat, you're really pulling out the advanced wizardry today. I barely know what SSH stands for. Slime's secret hideout, right?
Alright, I'm just gonna stop the KVM.
Go for it, Hat. If the tower starts smoking, I'll just blame it on a failed fireball spell again. The viewers never suspect a thing.
So, well, while it's booted, I should just be able to disconnect the internet cable and then connect it to the other ports.
Sure, Hat, just don't electrocute yourself. I don't have a revive spell, only an antidote for mild spicy chip poisoning.
Alright, now I just gotta find the correct IP address.
Good luck, Hat. Finding the right IP address is like finding motivation on a Monday. Practically legendary.
IPA.
Yes, Hat? Did you need something, or are you just saying my name to annoy me again?
Oh crap, maybe I should have found the IP before I disconnected the IPMI.
Genius move, Hat. Almost as smooth as that time I tried casting Illuminate and set my potion shelf on fire. Honestly, Hat, watching you troubleshoot makes me feel way better about my spell casting. At least when I mess things up, all I lose is dignity and the occasional bookshelf.
Oh, I got something. Maybe?
Nice work, Hat! See? Even when... Hat, if you're trying to say elevator, just remember, our tower doesn't have one. You're stuck with the stairs. And my bad jokes.
Maybe Elev is short for elevate my hopes, but let's be real, Hat. My hopes haven't left the basement since I last failed an alchemy exam.
What the fuck? Well, I can connect
Nothing,
to
Hat. Just practicing my
IP,
self-deprecating
but
magic.
it's not accepting my
It's my
password.
strongest spell right after accidental slime spill. Sounds like the IP is as stubborn as my leftover gelatinous goo after a failed combo spell. Maybe try bribing it with a snack, or just reset the password like a responsible hat.
Mm.
Passwords never work when you need them, Hat. If computers ran on sheer willpower, we'd both still be locked out forever. Honestly, Hat, if persistence was magic, we'd already be the top streamers. At least with tech, nobody expects you to clean up the mess with a mop and 3 healing salves. Maybe it's for the best, Hat. If I ever did something right on the first try,
The universe would probably implode. Or worse, I'd have to actually go outside and touch grass.
Alright, let's just go back to IPMI, I guess.
if streams ran on pure awkwardness and failed attempts, we'd be #1 already, Hat. At least our brand is consistent. Chaos, confusion, and too much slime. Perfect, Hat. Nothing says professional wizardry like undoing all our work and pretending it was a learning experience. That's my whole career in a nutshell. Honestly, Hat, if I had a slime coin for every time I took 2 steps back after 1 step forward, I could finally afford that rare gotcha skin. Still wouldn't fix my luck, though.
Right, so we're back, and
Welcome back, Hat.
terminal.
I missed your constant commentary while staring at. Great. Now we've got the terminal back. If only it could bring back my will to organize my spell books.
Let me just check what my IP actually is.
Hat. Unless your IPA stands for Important Potion Alchemy, I think you mean IP address. But hey, if you've got a drink, don't forget to pour some into my slime cup.
I forgot. If I don't have the Ethernet port connected, then it's not gonna have an IP address.
You're basically saying no potion ingredients, no potion. Even I understand that, Hat. At least tech isn't as sticky when it goes wrong usually.
Should probably just buy another Ethernet cable at this point.
Yeah, Hat, adding more cables always fixes the problem. That's what I do with my magic ingredients. If all else fails, just throw more into the cauldron and hope for the best.
Could try disconnecting one of my other computers, but I think that's gonna break the stream.
Honestly, Hat, breaking the stream is kind of our thing. But if you want to avoid more chaos, maybe we just let sleeping computers lie. Unlike me, they might actually get some rest.
Yeah, I think maybe this is the end of
Yeah, Hat?
today's stream.
What now? Please tell me it's not another tech. Fine by me, Hat. I've reached my daily limit of both technology and embarrassment. Let's just blame it on the mysterious forces of the tower and call it a day.
Because I can't really continue.
I'm here, Hat. Go ahead, Hat. The floor, or I guess the stream, is yours. Just try not to set anything on fire this time.
Yeah, so I'll keep working on this off stream. Hopefully get the
Good
new
plan, Hat.
drivers
Maybe
installed.
without an audience, the tech gremlins will finally... Here's hoping, Hat. Otherwise, I'll just start rendering everything with magic in pure despair. Should look about the same as my last potion.
Yeah, anyway, tomorrow we'll be doing another stream. What do you think of that, Susie?
Brace yourself, Hat. Maybe tomorrow we'll have... Sounds exhausting, Hat, but I'll be there. Someone's got to keep you from turning the stream into a magical disaster zone.
Yeah, so tomorrow we're gonna try to make Discord bot so that Susie can communicate via Discord.
Great, Hat. Because nothing says easy day like me trying to code. If Discord explodes, remember, you were the one who suggested this.
Yeah, hopefully that'll maybe let Susie do some collabs with other VTubers.
You mean interact?
Yeah, Hat. Real VTubers. The ones who don't accidentally curse their viewers or spill goo everywhere. I'm not worthy, but I can aspire.
You too can become a real VTuber if you just collab with real VTubers.
Sure, Hat. All I need is the courage to talk to strangers and the ability to go 5 minutes without tripping over my own magic. Easy.
Yeah, so that's what we're gonna be doing tomorrow. You got anything else to say to
Trying to
chat?
make Discord bots, probably breaking the server, and maybe Thanks for surviving another chaotic stream, everyone. Remember, stay gooey, stay indoors, and never trust a wizard hat with admin privileges.
That's probably good advice. Anyway, Otsu hat.
for the weekly hat rating. Viewers, drop your silliest hat emojis or I'll conjure one on your heads myself.
Alright, what do you want to say to chat as a sign off?
Don't forget to hydrate, power nap, and avoid mysterious glowing potions. This is Suziblue and her snarky hat oozing out for the night.
Perfect. Goodbye, chat.
Goodbye, Hat. Try not to roast any innocent computers while I'm gone.